not agree with. You want it from our elections. You want it. You want to know who's spending millions and millions of dollars to elect candidates in states like Kentucky. You want all of those things. You want it. You should be granted an audience, meaning you should be able to have a conversation with people about AI. You should not be dictated to. Your citizens of the country. You live here, you vote, you pay taxes. You know? But too much of this administration has felt like you are passengers on a plane. There's not a curtain that separates first class from coach. It's a steel door. And every now and then they make an announcement to the coach cabin and go, Ed Gallagher's a war hero. He almost shook my hand. He almost broke my hand. And as you're eating your peanuts and you're drinking your stale water, you go, yeah, Ed Gallagher. And then the CEO from Goldman Sachs, DJ D-Soul, gets on the ones and twos and he makes an announcement and he goes, and AI's coming. Listen to this song that AI made. You're popping around in the AI song and you're eating your peanuts and they go, Ed Gallagher has a handshake. He's a war hero. And they go, what about this AI song? What about this AI song? And you're just sitting in coach and you're pressing the button. You're pressing the button and you're pressing the button and you're going, how do I just want some more water. These peanuts they're creating a paste in the back of my throat. And I can't even breathe. And you're pressing the button, and then all of a sudden, a ghostly old flight attendant comes up to you, and it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. And she goes, I live in Costa Rica now. I've escaped. Do you think you can escape? Yeah, play this a little bit. This is what you'll hear. This is what you hear as you're sitting on the plane with the peanut grout in your throat, pressing water. I just want to drink water. Ed Gallagher has a handshake. War hero. Navy SEAL. AI is good. AI is good. You don't need money. You don't need life. Stop eating lunch. Stop eating lunch. AI is good. Ed Gallagher has a handshake. He's a Navy SEAL. Eggs need his thing. Stop eating lunch. Ed Gallagher has a handshake. He's a Navy SEAL. Close the files. Stop eating lunch. Make a sandwich. Make a sandwich. You don't have a life. Make a sandwich. Make a sandwich. You don't have a wife. Jerk your dick and sit on the floor. This is what we've done this for. You don't own shit anymore. You don't have a life. Good night from London. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are in London, a last-minute trip to the UK, and it's very kind of the people here to let us use their studio. Podcasting is apparently becoming a thing here, so we'll see what happens with that. It's had quite the run in America, podcasting, hasn't it? Hasn't it had quite the run? And some people not so thrilled with podcasting and the direction it's gone in. And its powers. But it's good to be here in London. It's a beautiful day. We're going to see Piers Morgan on Monday. We're gonna fuck around. Again, thank you to everyone who came to that Selling Sunset show. And I wasn't going to discuss this because it's probably a legal matter now, I guess, and I wasn't going to bring it up. And really, truly, I wasn't going to bring it up, but I'm being... Is the term extortion? Because I'm being extorted. Is that the term? I think that's the term. I hired a lovely woman to do this costume, who I said very nice things about on this show, and she sent an estimate for the costume that was a number. I'm not going to say what the number was. Should I say what the number was? It was $25,000 was the estimate, okay? For the costume. Now, that's very high, but that's okay. We paid a down payment of $12,000 for the costume because it was going to be, a very extravagant and beautiful costume, which it was. And we thank her for her work. Now, an estimate is an estimate, we get it, but at no point during the costuming process. Now, she has called this haute couture. It was a costume. It's not haute couture. It's not on the runway in Milan. It's a costume that I am wearing on stage to interview brain-dead pretend real estate agents for a Netflix thing that no one cares about. It's not haute couture. Now, in someone's mind, it might be haute couture, and that's very lovely. I'm glad that she has that belief in herself, but it's not haute couture. I mean, the fitting was in your apartment. You know what I mean? So, and again, very talented woman. She's got an incredible level of talent. Haute couture? I don't know. She sends the final estimate for the costume. Not couture. Costume. You're a costume designer. There's nothing wrong with that. Is there something wrong with that? No. That's a beautiful thing. But you're not Oscar de la Renta. I don't need to tell you that. You know that. That's okay. I'm not Jerry Seinfeld. It is what it is. The final estimate, and I don't mean estimate, I mean the final bill for the costume. My business manager calls me. $115,000. I'll say that again. For one costume, including the boots, the jacket, the pants, the hat, $115,000, having not communicated any of the overages to me at any point. She wasn't like, hey, we're going over on this one. This one's getting out of control. She wasn't like, by the way, just to keep you informed, I'll be retiring after I complete this project. She didn't tell me, by the way, I'm on Zillow while I stitch this lapel because I'm getting the fuck out of here as soon as this is done. I'm out. I'm leaving the business with your money. At no point did she tell me that we had made the trip from $25,000, which again is egregious. It is egregious for one outfit. Now, maybe there's people in the comments now that are in the fashion, but well, you don't actually know what goes into it. Shut up. I do know what goes into it, and I was willing to pay $25,000 to $30,000, which, by the way, I could have walked into Versace, bought a suit, had them do the alterations, would have been $10,000. I would have been willing to pay $25,000 or $30,000 for this suit. Even though it's a lot of money, I respect. Literally, last episode, I came on here and I talked about how much talent people had. And I was being very nice to the woman, and I still will be. I don't know. I'm never going to see her again. But I will never say she's untalented. What I am saying is she is psychotic. And that is different. Talent and psychosis are often go together. I just bought an Escalade in New York. My car was stolen. I got a car. This costume, again, not haute couture, this costume is costing me more than the Cadillac Escalade I just purchased. Does that make any sense to anyone? Does anyone feel good about that? Does that make any sense? No communication. An estimate of 25, final number $115,000. So I guess my lawyer is now involved. I don't know what to do here. It's a shakedown. It's absurd. Now, I'll go to small claims with her. I'll go to the court where the judge sits there and we both go up and we tell our side of the story. where I go up and I go, I contracted, blah, blah, blah. She's in my phone as her first name and then costume. It's costumes. It's a costume. And I mean, not to be insulting, but it's a costume. What are we doing? What are we doing? So we're dealing with that. And it's unfortunate because, again, I would have used the woman in the future. I would have used her again, but it's such an abuse of trust. It's unbelievable. If you look at the billing on this, the hours that she billed, 300 hours, giving herself overtime, and she sent a long email. She had 3 months to do it. This took a whole team, and we have a whole team, and I had to pay myself overtime, and at one point we did the math. She was supposedly working 21 hours a day on this. So she was sleeping 4 hours a night and then waking up like a soldier at war. And like waking up like, oh, they figured out our position. We have to move in the middle of the night. Instead, she would then sew rhinestones into a lapel. How stupid do I look? How stupid? Now, I know I look pretty stupid, but how completely insane do you think I am that for 21 hours a day, you claim to be working on this thing, allowing you to sleep 4 hours a night? We did the math. That's what she's claiming. By the way, you had 3 months to do it. What do you mean overtime? What are you talking about overtime? This is your job. It's all the time. And then she got it because I missed a fitting because I went to New York to do the Patrice O'Neal benefit. And I literally said, I don't really care. It doesn't have to fit. It's not a runway show. It is a comedy show. I will be happy to do a fitting when I get back to LA and you make whatever alterations you need. And I got billed for that. And she said it's sent her staff back. Her staff I didn't know she had. And she started talking about production flows and workflows, and I don't know what are these people talking about. Now I can't say anything more about this because I'll be sued for slander. That's the thing. So I'm not saying anything about this person. I'm saying this is an imaginary thing that we're all talking about here, and you can't sue me. By the way, you cannot sue me for slander if I don't say the name, right? Right? But I'm saying that. I'm not saying the name. I'll sue you. Not you, but you know. I don't want to sue anyone. I've never sued anyone. I've never been sued. But you're trying to, you're doing something crazy right now, and I don't know why you're doing it. I don't know why you're doing it. It's wrong. You can be sued for slander or libel even if you do not explicitly name the person, provided they can be identified by the contacts. But they can't. They can't. Anyway, whatever. I'm going to move on. I'm just saying this. What this person did is an egregious thing to charge $115,000 for one outfit. One outfit. After sending an estimate of 25 and going, by the way, I got that wrong. The shadiest contractor in the world, people that I personally know, the scum of the earth contractors, would not do this. They would not deliver you an estimate for your kitchen and go, we think it's going to be 50, and then go, by the way, it's actually 200. This is not something that is done. This is an abuse. This is a sin. It's a sin. I don't know which one, but it's many of them. It's like many of the sins, truly. She's breaking a lot of the commandments with this behavior. I don't know. Yes, one of them, thou shalt not covet, because she's coveting, and that's why you get it. I'm not a theologian, but that's the reality here. It's abuse. There's no world religion that would condone this behavior. Maybe one. Maybe one religion would be okay with. I'm just saying, no world religion. There might be only one that would be. But here's my point. Everyone that visits me, everyone talks about it. They go, the bed in the guest room's amazing. I go, well, it's Helix. I'm telling you right now, people are getting a deeper, longer lasting sleep with a Helix mattress. And the Midnight Deluxe is my favorite. A study ran found that 82% of those involved saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle while sleeping on a Helix mattress. Free shipping, seamless delivery. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the U.S. You can take a quiz. It will tell you what mattress is right for you. The quiz takes like a few seconds. It's very easy. Go right now to helixsleep.com/TimD for the new offer. And I'm telling you right now, we are 27% off site-wide. I'm telling you, Memorial Day sale, 27% off site-wide. Mattress shopping is one of the most demoralizing things you can do, just going around in some empty mall where half the stores are vacant and then laying on some bed while some creep is standing there. You don't want it. Go to helixsleep.com/TimD. That's helixsleep.com/TimD. 27% off site-wide Memorial Day sale. Folks, I love this mug. You see how British it is? Everything here is very muted and green. And by the way, you come here and they go, oh, it's been taken over by hordes of roving barbarians. That's what they say. But you come here, it's actually really nice and sunny and lovely. But I mean, in America, they're like, it's just machetes and tribal warfare. It doesn't seem like that. I've only been here a day. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll be stabbed later. But it seems very beautiful, and it's a world-class city. And I'm not getting the vibe for the moment. We're gonna be here a little bit. So let's, but for the moment, immigration's big here as an issue. I know that. I talked about it before. I do not live here. I don't have a ton of friends here. I know a few people here. I know London is one of the wealthiest cities in the world, if not the wealthiest. It is really, the money in London is on a different level, even coming from New York. And I always take a lot of pride in being from New York, even though I'm from Long Island, sort of a pig pen adjacent to New York. A lot of funny people, David Tell, Colin Quinn, Baldwin, Rosie O'Donnell, Amy Schumer. Sort of a bovine, myself, sort of a bovine quality to many of us, sort of like a bovine facial structure. But I don't live in London. I don't know anything about it, but I do know that from what I see, the money here is on a different level. It is the financial capital that's halfway between New York and Asia. And you have a lot of young people whose parents, are wanted for war crimes at The Hague, or they poisoned a river in Zambia, or they've done some arms dealing they shouldn't have, and they want their children to grow up as British gentlemen. It's true. So they take all of their blood money and they park it in a very secure and discreet condo or townhouse, and their children go to British schools. So it's a very global city, and at one point, I think 60% or more of the new construction in London was going to foreign nationals. So it's, a lot of people have talked about that. I've talked about it in New York. It's certainly something I think that drives a certain amount of the resentment, because not only do you have an influx of people and capital from all over the world, and that is displacing people that maybe could have afforded to live here 10, 15, 20 years ago. By the way, there's very few cities in the world where that isn't happening. Most cities that is happening. And London's, an example of that, like New York is an example of that. These very large financial centers are becoming just that, a bank. They're just becoming a financial center. They're a tad boring. A lot of expensive restaurants, a lot of, creature comforts for people that have millions and millions and millions of dollars. A lot of gyms, a lot of Pilates, a lot of yoga. A lot of personal assistants and dog walkers and makeup artists and stylists and costume designers. Watch out for them. But there's a lot of people here that are here to make the lives of rich people better. Personal chefs and nannies and all of that. And you can find that in any of these cities. But a lot of people that would have been able to afford to live in this metro area are being pushed out. And that drives a certain amount of resentment and anger, and you can see that politically. And that's why Nigel Farage's Reform Party has gained a lot, because you have a lot of immigration that has complicated people's feelings towards their own future, the future of their community. Now, again, I've not witnessed any of this firsthand. I'd like to, and I'm not here to make a YouTube documentary either. I'm not going to be like walking to, it's just not my beat. I'm just not going to be interviewing imams in the tube. That's not what I'm doing, by the way. I'm going to have dinner with a few people, and they're going to say some things that are vaguely racist, and then I'll basically kind of transcribe them and then make them appropriate for YouTube. But I'm not going to be doing like docs. And God bless the people who do that. It's just not what I do. So I'm going to, I'll be around. I'll be, kind of doing the best that I can in terms of like gauging. Because, by the way, we come from the UK. So our system of government is from the UK. And you might be looking into where we're going. The free speech laws, I don't know how real that is, by the way. It's probably very real, where if you say certain things, people show up at your door, like arrest you. Okay? But not about costume people, and not in America, so don't try that. And I would gladly go to jail, like Gandhi, instead of paying his money. Moving on, it's not about me, it's about the global financial system. But I don't know, but all we hear in America is that the UK free speech laws are draconian. Is that true, do you think? It's not. Interesting. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm here not knowing, only hearing. So again, and I'm not here to do an investigative report. This is not a deep dive. I'm just going to fuck off and talk to some people. Like, one guy just shook his head. He's like, it's not that bad. But then there are instances where we see people that are getting in trouble for things they've said on social media. I don't really know. So we don't really know. My Twitter, which I don't even use, my ex, is on my producer's phone. He'll go right to jail. He'll go right to jail for what he's done. Truly. He'll go right to jail. He'll go right to jail, and I'll take a train to Paris. I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. One thing I want to talk about here, because I think our next episode will have more about the British. What's going on here? Because Frank got here last night. I don't know. I'm unaware. Supposedly there are large swaths of the UK that are, I guess, majority Muslim communities, and there are people that have varying degrees of comfort with that. Again, this is something I haven't really witnessed at the moment. I did remember checking in to the hotel last night, lovely Indian man named Joseph. And I go, what's your name? He goes, Joseph. I go, really? And he goes, yeah, I'm Catholic. I go, interesting. And he goes, I'm from India. And I go, well, what's going on here? Is the hotel busy? And he goes, well, a lot of tourism to London, as you know, he goes, is from the Middle East. So we've fallen off. And I go, well, I just want to apologize for this war and for our president and for our bestie, Israel. And I get it. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I was just in Qatar, and they're stabilizing or normalizing. But by the way, the UK news is so much better than the American news. It is so much more in depth. The people are scary looking at the UK news. Like, the actual anchors are terrifying looking. So you know how bad things are, like, immediately. As soon as you turn on the TV, you're like, Jesus Christ. But they go very deep into the global financial recession crisis that is coming because of the Straits of Hormuz, oil. And we're not doing that in America. Wonder why? but we're not. And I don't think people are prepared for what is coming economically. I don't think people have a clue. I think people think the war is over. It was a bad idea. We shouldn't have done it. Oopsie. We'll spin it as to like we could have won but didn't want to. That'll be the spin. We could have killed them, but we didn't because we're a merciful nation. God only knows what spin we will have on this. We would have killed them and should have, but we have restraint and then we'll lie and we'll say that we made great progress. And they would never think of having a nuke now. Why would they think of having a nuke now? And it's like, well, I can think of, I don't know, one big reason they want a nuke now more than ever. But we'll do something, and will Israel let us get out of the war? Probably not. Let's just be honest. They're not going to let us get out of the war. They have no plans. Israel right now is like, no, we're not. No one's leaving the idea of this war. You can take breaks, you can take a beat, but the idea of regime change in Iran is not going anywhere for the Netanyahu government, by the way, or for the next government that's elected there. They don't care. They're not planning on letting us out of this war if they can help it, and they can. So I'm talking to the guy that was checking us in the room last night. He was basically like, oh, yeah. I work at a high-end hotel, and we've lost a lot of business because people are incredibly distraught. Not only are their countries being attacked, but the economic fallout from this is going to be massive, and people don't get it. And I don't think your average American has a clue. I think some of them do. I think the prices are starting to go up. The price of fuel is higher. The price of goods at the local store are much higher. But I'm unaware if they know what's coming, because it seems to be that we're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. People ask me all the time, Tim, give me some advice about how to prepare in life for the unexpected. I go, well, number one, do you have ethos? And they go, what are you talking about? I go, it makes getting life insurance fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exam. You just answer a few simple health questions. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies are as low as $30 a month. And you'll get your lowest rate from their network of trusted carriers. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 4,000 reviews. Take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Tim. That's ethos.com/Tim. Application times may vary, rates may. So many of my friends have been using Nutrafol, and it has had an amazing impact on their hair. Nutrafol offers hair growth supplements tailored to men at every age because the root causes of hair thinning change over time, and your routine should too. Nutrafol Men for ages 18 to 49 to help improve hair growth and achieve thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. And new Nutrafol Men 50 Plus, the first and only hair growth product specifically formulated for men 50 plus. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1.5 million people. Adding Nutrafol to your daily routine is easy. Order online, no prescription needed, with automated deliveries, free shipping, and keep you on track. Plus, with the Nutrafol subscription, you can save up to 20% and get added perks to support your hair growth journey. Enter promo code TIM for $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. That's NUTRAFOL. NUTRAFOL.com, promo code TIM. Nutrafol.com, promo code TIM. Start Nutrafol today and make that hat option. Visit Nutrafol.com, enter promo code TIM for $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping. So Trump's in China with every CEO, every tech demon. They're all there. It's a trip to China, and he does this. He's greeted by President Xi, and they have this beautiful walk. Now, take a look at this. I want everyone to look at all the Chinese children. They're in They first of all, they're all in colorful outfits, and they're doing something that children in America cannot do. They're jumping up and down. They're jumping up and down. They're full of life. And by the way, I don't give a fuck if they just got out of a camp and they were trained to do this. I don't care. I'm telling you right now, I do not care if these kids did this at gunpoint. I don't care. And you know why I don't care? Because I'm impressed by this. When I see this demonstration, I am impressed. Maybe I'm old. Fuck off. Fine. I am impressed by how cohesive this is. I want everyone to look at this. This is President Xi of China, President Xi, friend of the show, and Donald Trump, our president, and they're doing kind of this like Wizard of Oz style walk, except it's not a yellow brick road, it's like a red carpet, and there's all these Chinese children, and they have American flags and Chinese flags, and they're dressed to the nines, and they're jumping up and down, and they're genuinely excited, and it could never happen in America, and I'll tell you why. I'm impressed by this. Just take this in. Amazing. Keep going. And they've got a band. Here's what I've noticed about this, by the way. All the children are Chinese. Now, no. Hold on. Can I make a point, please? Can I make a point without being accused of being Hitler? There's something, listen, say what you will. You take a bunch of fat American kids and you mix them in, it loses something. Sorry. And whatever, I'm all for the diversity angle of things, but I'm just saying, when you have an entirely, it's almost like they have rhythm, they're jumping up and down, they're all Chinese, and there's something about that where, I don't know, it's just something, it's impressive, It's an impressive thing to witness this display of, this is the youth of the country, they're excited, the Chinese government is like, this is our future, and they're not going to look like shit. How about that? They're not going to look like shit. They're going to jump up and down. They're going to have flags. Now, by the way, in America, can you imagine a foreign leader meeting our children? No, I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking. Can you imagine a foreign leader meeting our fat, disgusting children? Can you imagine what that would look like? Just hordes of children on the spectrum with helmets and on leashes? No, I'm telling you. Can you imagine the disgrace? Trying to get a bunch of, now I'm sure all the Chinese, I'm sure this is the pick of the litter. I'm not an idiot. I know that they went through these kids as pick of the litter. I get that they are not bringing in the children from the rural provinces. Like, remember that girl I used to love? I used to watch this Chinese, and she had this transgender friend, Wu Long. She was friends with, and then get Wu Long, and she used to hit her mother. She was and people called her Dobby. She looked like Dobby the elf from Harry Potter. But it was Wu Long was her transgender friend, and then there was it was the Chinese girl who hits, and she was from a rural province in China. And yeah, so here we go. Go down, and go to the right. Okay, play this. Well, no. Play the one I said to play. Thank you. Yeah, I understand that this is not. See? Just the whips of them. She fell off. She was huge from home. Well, Wu Long is the 100 transgender singer there, and that's Wulong is the hunchback. And then I forget her name. She's got that whip. All right, get her out of here. But she was big for a minute. Now, I understand that China's not choosing her. For example, I'm in the business of entertainment. I'm aware of these things. I know how it works. But I'm just thinking about, can you imagine President Xi coming to America and being horrified at the state of our children? First of all these kids sound like kids. They're like, yay, yay, our children are good. The sound that our children would make are over-medicated little piglets. The sound that they would make, the sounds, the guttural sounds. I mean, our children have acid reflux. Do you understand that? Do you understand that 11-year-olds in our country fully have acid reflux? And they have to chew Tums at their school. Okay? They have the stomach acid of a retired detective, these kids. Do you understand that? And it gurgles up their little esophaguses because all we do is feed them poison all day. And yet you look at these Chinese kids, and imagine if we told a bunch of our kids, jump up and down. They couldn't do it. Their knees would buckle under the weight. They'd fall on the floor and they'd start screaming. Help me. Help me. So I was just impressed by this, by the way. And by the way, it is next. Can you play it again? Just play this again, please. Or keep playing it. Whichever. Everybody is dressed in a colorful way. Nobody looks like shit. And they're all excited to see the leader of the country, and everyone's going to go, oh, well, that's fascism. Well, it's colorful, and it's happy. It's colorful, and it's happy, by the way. And I can only imagine this happening in America and how embarrassed we'd all be because, our children would be standing there looking around, looking up, not waving the flag, vaping. Most of our children would be vaping. I mean, it's just, all right, let's get it out of here. But it is something to be, and here's the thing with Taiwan. Because President Xi has basically said, listen, we'll work with you on AI. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, was there, and they're, obviously they're talking about how many chips should China get, because there's that whole concern that, if China gets too many NVIDIA chips, they're going to be able to dominate us militarily with AI. And we have put certain limits on the chips that they can get. Now, of course, China's kind of gone around that because they're pretty smart. So they have other countries setting up like dummy corporations to actually get chips, things like that, in Japan and Japan. We talked about it on the All In podcast a very long time ago when I was promoting the special. There are workarounds for that, as there are most things, but I think that Trump was over there with all of these CEOs, and Xi basically said, we're going to open up more. China will open up more. Economically, we will open up more. We can work with you on AI, but his red line is Taiwan. He really considers Taiwan to be part of China. And China doesn't believe in going to war unless they absolutely must. This is something that has been talked about a lot, and that is that China believes, if you look at their Belt and Road Initiative, they're going into Africa, they're building schools, they're building bridges, they're building infrastructure, they're making investments. They're not going and invading countries. They're not decapitating the leadership of a country. They're not trying to convert people to their system with a gun to their head. They're buying politicians. And this is how I see, and I think a lot of smart people that I know, much smarter than me, see what will happen with Taiwan. That they're going to end up taking Taiwan without firing a shot. There will be some kind of reunification vote. And at that point, China will have purchased a lot of the political opposition to China in Taiwan. They're going to go in, they're going to spread a lot of money around, and they're going to make it an inevitability that Taiwan reunifies and becomes part of China. Now, Taiwan's making a lot of our chips, a lot of these chips that we're talking about. This is where they are being manufactured, is Taiwan. There is a big national security interest in Taiwan, far more than Ukraine, by the way. Ukraine is a financial interest. They have trillions of dollars in minerals. They have a lot of fertile farmland. There's a breadbasket in Europe, whatever. But there's no national security interest that the United States has in the Ukraine. But they certainly have one in Taiwan because of the industry that is pretty much headquartered in Taiwan, which is, the manufacturing of these chips, this kind of high-end manufacturing. And so China is very well aware of that. And as are we. So Taiwan is the big sticking point here. And China's going to most likely take it without firing a shot. Chinese leader Xi Jinping warned President Trump that any mishandling of Taiwan could lead to, quote, an extremely dangerous situation, directly raising a point of tension that has loomed over what the U.S. president said at the start could be, quote, the best summit ever. Xi's remarks, while in line with China's longstanding position, threatened to dim the mood of a visit both countries hoped would stabilize ties. The meetings that began Thursday morning at the Great Hall of the People, I like the name of that, by the way. The Great Hall of the People in Beijing will build as a gathering of superpowers to quell economic and trade disputes. The topics were indeed raised, including discussion of U.S. trade ties, U.S. access to the Chinese market, Beijing's investment in U.S. industries, and its purchases of American agricultural products. Xi, however, aims to weaken the U.S. commitment to Taiwan, a self-governing democracy that Beijing seeks to bring under its control. We got to deal with China. We have to deal with China. This is not like, we cannot have an overtly adversarial relationship with China. It's not going to work. We cannot go to war with China. It will destroy all life on Earth. We cannot treat China like Iran. We can do none of this, by the way. Economically, I think, they hold most of our debt. 90% of our antibiotics are made in China, among other things. So, not to say anything of semiconductors or whatever, like, if you want to talk about two economies that at this point are pretty inextricably linked, and the two superpowers left are the U.S. and China. There is no option to antagonize China unnecessarily. There's just not. Trump's comment, great place, incredible, China's beautiful. Well, there you go. There are psychopaths in our government that would like to have a war with China. Why? Well, they would like a substantial reduction of the population on Earth. They would like a reset. They would like to wipe away a lot of America's debt. And they do not mind a conflict with China that could turn nuclear. I mean, there are people that believe that. There are people that believe that a war with China is inevitable, and at some point, it's just going to happen. They are psycho. They're motivated by religion. They're motivated by money. Whatever they're motivated by, these people exist, and they believe that. And they'll tell you with a straight face that within 5 to 7 years, you're just going to be in a war with China. And there's nothing you can do about it. They'll tell you that at a dinner between the appetizer and the entree. That within 5 to 7 years, you have to get ready for a war with China, like a hot war with China. And you go, no, we can't beat Iran. There's no more war here. We can't do it. We're not built for it anymore. The country's not built for war. We're built for TikTok. We're built for bullshit. We're not built for, we're just not a war. We're just not built for it anymore. Sorry. This doesn't work anymore. Build the drones if you want. Maybe, I'm sure that'll be, we're phasing people out of the war business. And we're phasing in the machines. And they want to draft. Palantir and all these people want to draft. And by the way, now that I see these live streamers in Miami just going up to people, harassing people in the street, getting charged with attempted murder, maybe we should have a draft. To be honest, I mean, I might be going the other way on that. I'm like not a fan of a draft, but the level of sociopathy that has been unleashed by our social media sites, I don't know. Are they that much worse off than Iran? I mean, it's unbelievable. So hopefully there's a middle ground between shipping them to Iran. But there's this idea that conflict between us and China is inevitable. Not only is it not inevitable, but it will be the end of the world, which some people want. Some people want that because they look at the post-World War II system. They go, it's not going to work. We owe too much money. We owe $40 trillion, $41 trillion. It goes up every year. We're not going to be able to get out of this. We're going to head towards hyperinflation. So we need a large war, and people are basically saying that the inevitable reality is that we will be in a conflict with China. We will not survive it. We probably won't win, by the way. And if we win, what does that even look like? So we have to deal with them. We have to deal with China, much more than Russia. Yes, we have to deal with Russia because they have 150 nuclear warheads, something, whatever, 180, doesn't matter. China, but Russia has an economy roughly the size of Brazil. China is deeply enmeshed with the U.S. economy. We have to deal with it. And we can't go to war. We can't. And we have to tread very carefully. That's why we have every CEO in America in China right now. We need China. This whole idea that we're against China or anti-China is itself a lie. The Steve Bannons and people will talk about how dangerous the CCP is, and they might be right. There's no fucking option. We have no option. We have no option. There is no option to start telling China what to do. That's not going to work. We can't beat Iran. We can't beat Iran. Okay? I'm in a British podcast studio, and I feel like everyone here just comes in and talks very quietly, I imagine. And God only knows about what. But I have no idea what even. And it's probably like mommy and me stuff. They talk about healthy yogurt for the kids or something. But it's just so funny. I imagine there's very few people that are screaming about China. But we don't have an option. There is no option. That's why every American CEO was in China and still might be. I don't know when this comes out, but this is very clear that there's no option. We're not telling China to fuck off. We're done with that. Let me help everybody. We're done with that. We're not the high school bully anymore. We're not. We're the weird kid who may have a gun. We are not the high school bully anymore. We're the weird kid that may have a gun and is not hot, but is not terribly ugly. You might fuck them. That's who we are. We're the weird kid that knows how to get drugs, who may have a gun, and you could see yourself fucking. We're not the bully. We're not the jock. We're not the quarterback. The American quarterback century is over. This is not Top Gun. We are not Tom Cruise. You need to wake the fuck up. There's a new Chinese kid in school, and he's kind of American looking. He's kind of ripped, but he's also Chinese, and he's hot, and people want to fuck him. They want to fuck him because he's kind of got a nice cock. And people want it. They want to get down and they want to slurp him. They don't want to slurp us anymore. You know why? Because we've hung out behind the Dairy Queen too long, doing drugs with our friends. We look a little older. We have wrinkles in our face. We're the college kid who keeps going to the high school parties. We're a pedophile, and we may have a gun. This country is a pedophile that may have a gun who knows how to get drugs. And you have to deal with that person. But there's a new kid on the block, and yes, he put a bunch of Muslims in a concentration camp, but no one gives a shit because he's got that beautiful, clear, light complexion, and he knows all the answers in math class. And he's who everybody wants to hang out with right now. Have you ever seen an American, like a half American, half Asian, in like a varsity jacket? It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. That's who we are right now. We are the weird kid who may or may not have a weapon, whose parents leave him home alone so you can have the parties at his house. We are not running the show. We are not the golden god of we're just not. Come to reality, okay? We need to come to reality right now. We're not gonna give the middle finger to China. We need to work with China. I will take money from China tonight. I will take money from China tonight. If China contacts me with money, I will take it, and I will not pay my costume designer who's a criminal. But I will take money from China tonight, for sure. The New York Times tried to give me money to say nice things about them, and I said no. So, but I will take money from China, an institution I respect. And we do have to come to reality. There's this swagger that needs to be, it's got to go now, because it's going to get us killed. The swagger that we have is going to get us killed. Okay? We can barely make a movie anymore. We can barely make anything that anybody wants to watch. The music is fine. It's fine. When I grew up, you had great pride in the things that we made. And yes, a lot of them were cultural. Whatever. We can barely even do that anymore. Our entertainment industry is a joke. It's becoming a joke. Okay? So, we can barely do any of that. And outside of a few cities, our infrastructure is crumbling. I'm not a doom and gloomer. I think there's a way back. But there's not a way back to us running the whole fucking world. So let's get realistic here. Let's get realistic. Stop the swagger, okay? And start to honestly assess what can, if the Iran war, honestly assess what can and cannot happen. If the Iran war didn't wake you up and doesn't show you the limits of American power, you're insane. Truly. If the Iran war did not show you the limits of American power in this century, you are crazy. This is not the Pax Romana for us here. This is not. We are a kid that used to be really cool, that had the best parties, but was in a car accident and killed someone, but didn't go to jail, and now they're back in school, and they have a scar on their face. And they're still kind of cool, but you can tell something changed about them the summer they were in that car accident, and they killed that family. We are not the starting quarterback. The cheerleaders do not have their perky tits out at homecoming for us anymore, okay? We are having sex with a fat Mexican goth girl in the bathroom of a fast food restaurant, and we're happy. We're happy for it, okay? We're using hand sanitizer as a lube. And even though it stings, we're trying to not get AIDS. Do you understand? We are not in the prime of our life anymore. Okay, our girlfriend doesn't know she's pregnant, and as soon as she finds out, she begins to wildly punch her own stomach. We are not there anymore, folks. And if you don't realize that, by the way, you can succeed in life as long as you have an awareness of who you are and what you are. Anyone in life can succeed, and I'm not doing hope core content here. Anyone in life can succeed if you have an awareness of who you are and where you are from and the limits of that. If you are unaware, you will fail. If you do not interface with the world as the world sees you, you will never be able to put anything together. If America keeps going around the globe like we own it, we're going to get in more disasters. It's going to be embarrassing. Our economy is going to collapse. The dwindling amount of allies we have are going to be far fewer. And we need to understand who we are. There's nothing wrong with being any of the people that I mentioned here, any of the people that I've described. There's worse people to be. Okay? You don't have to be the starting quarterback. You don't have to be the jock. You can get by and even thrive as another kid, as another person. But if you do not realize who you are, you're going to be in deep trouble. So it's one of the reasons I came to London to figure out what's going on here, to see some friends and chat, get an understanding of what's going on, and what's happening. I think, the U.S. dominates the headlines so much, but the U.K., specifically Britain, has been a major driver of news globally as well because of a lot of the issues around migration, the economy. The summer's coming, you know what that means? There's going to be bugs everywhere, spiders, crickets, and locusts, and things that fly. Well, here's what you do. Pesty, you can get started at $35 per treatment with a customized plan based on your location, bugs, and climate. It's a do-it-yourself kit. There are no strangers in your house or appointments to make time for. Pesty gets rid of over 100 different types of bugs, from spiders to ants to roaches to scorpions. It's kid and pet friendly. The pesticides they ship are fully registered and have been used in hospitals and schools all over the country. Pesty offers 100. Hospitals don't use anything, but whatever. Exactly, make me feel great. But I'm kidding. I know Pesty, and I know it, and it's great. Pesty offers 100% bug-free guarantee or your money back. If the bugs don't go away, you'll get a full refund. Kit includes a sprayer, mixing bag, pesticide gloves, and instructions you can complete in less than 10 minutes. I have used Pesty at my new apartment, and the ants are gone, except one of them who I like, who I am saving, who's proven himself that he doesn't need to go. But keep a watch. Keep the bugs away with Pesty. Go to pesty.com/Tim for an extra 10% off your order. That's pestie.com/Tim for an extra 10% off. Keep the bugs away with Pesty. So many people right now come up to me and they talk to me about their cholesterol. And a lot of people go, I just got put on a pill or whatever. So Dose for Cholesterol is a way to self-manage your cholesterol health that's gentler on the body, and it's an alternative to conventional therapies. It's a daily 2-ounce shot, and it's very easy. It tastes like mango, no capsules, no powders. This is great. You might not need a pill if you've done this for a few years. It uses ingredients like turmeric, CoQ10, amla, and other plant and mineral-forward ingredients so you're not putting a bunch of BS in your body. Dose for Cholesterol is amazing. I'm telling you, everyone that I know is using it. It is lowering their numbers. They have so many great products in general on their website. They have tons of great products over there, by the way. New customers can save 35% on your first month of subscription by going to dosedaily.co/TIM or entering TIM at checkout. That's dosedaily.co, entering TIM at checkout. For 35% off your first month subscription. That's great. All right. We'll end here by talking about the Spencer Pratt mayoral campaign in LA. I'm agnostic, and I'll tell you why. I don't care what happens to California. I have no investment in Los Angeles. I like it. I would rather it not collapsed. It's my investment, literally. I've sold my home. I'm in a rental. The other day in my building, a maid's backpack vacuum exploded on my floor. She ran out of the building, didn't tell anyone, and the floor went on fire. We opened the fire doors to the elevator. Me and two of my friends, we just saw fire. We ran down 15 flights of stairs. Frankly, I don't care anymore. I don't care. The state is like a level from Super Mario Brothers where everything is trying to kill you. And I do believe eventually, like anything else, it will get you. They will get you. If you stay in California, it will get you. It's like Final Destination. You can keep tempting fate, but if you stay in the Los Angeles area, I'm not talking about Santa Barbara or Orange County or San Diego, but if you stay in the Los Angeles area, much like Final Destination, you will think you have escaped. But no, you will be killed by some event, some car crash piling up, an exploding vacuum, another wildfire, a knife to the neck. Who knows? I'm just telling you right now, it's going to get you. One thing I will say, now listen, here's why I'm agnostic. Spencer Pratt is not qualified to be the mayor, but how much worse can it get? How much worse can it get if this guy wins? Karen Bass sucks. Nithya Raman's no good. How much worse could it get with Spencer Pratt? Now, by the way, here's the answer. Maybe much worse. I don't know. That's why I'm agnostic. I don't care what happens. I don't care. I'm not from there. I like LA. So there's moments I love LA, but it's really more of a like. And people are going to do what they're going to do. It's an important city. New York is number one. In our country, LA is number two. New York and London are, vying for the top spot globally. Tokyo, New York, London, things like that. LA is not in the conversation because of things like this. If elected, reality show cameras will roll in the office. So Spencer Pratt, by the way, this is where if I was on his campaign, I would say, listen, you've made some good points. Why are you about to do this? Spencer Pratt can be back in the reality show biz if he's elected mayor of LA because he signed a contract to document the first family of LA. This is the type of thing that shows the problem with him. This is the problem. It's not necessarily that his ideas are bad or that he's wrong about how incompetent and corrupt the leadership of Los Angeles is. It's the idea that Pratt inked a deal with LA production company Boardwalk Pictures to roll cameras as he runs for mayor. The production team is about to begin filming with Spencer, his wife Heidi Montag, and their kids throughout his political journey. This right here gives you the idea that this man is unfit. You do not need to be on another reality show. What's really interesting, our sources, and by the way, maybe this is a lie, and I don't want to say something that may not be true. Our sources say filming would not stop if Spencer gets sworn in office. The contract specifically provides that the show would go on. So, sources say that Heidi Montag and the kids are a big part of the show. She's living outside LA with the kids in the aftermath of the fires, but Spencer is spending most of his time in LA running for office. If he wins, he'll presumably be living in the mayor's mansion in the Hancock Park area of LA. So he's going to be back on reality TV. So that's what's going to happen if he wins. People are going to go, what are you watching? And you're going to go, the mayor of Los Angeles? I'm watching the government of Los Angeles? Should everybody just be required to be in a reality show? Should every politician just be required to have cameras in every room? Would that decrease corruption? I mean, the cameras eventually will go home. But this gives me an uneasy feeling. The idea that this guy is trying to get back on TV. But by the way, his ads are amazing. And I don't think he'd be any worse for LA than the other two. That's not an endorsement because, again, I don't care. People are like, well, why don't you endorse someone? I don't care. I've cared about that city for years. It does not care back. LA does not care back. You are in a one-sided relationship with that place. It does not care. It does not love you back on any level. Let's watch the ad.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
I mean, it is funny.
Bass already solved the crime. I endorse her.
Is that Rogan in this? This is hilarious. I wonder if he told Rogan, I'm going to use you. I wonder, he just goes, I guess I'll. All right, we get it. It's a good ad. And my concerns here, again, with somebody like Spencer Pratt, it's not so much that I think he's wrong. I'm wondering, it would be hilarious if he ran, rebuilt his home in the Palisades, and then just resigned. That would be, I'd respect the hell out of that. He goes, the only way to get fucking change in this city And to help yourself is to be the actual mayor and then rebuild his home in the Palisades and then resign. But I have no problem with him. I don't care. I did not think about Spencer Pratt for many years up until he was yelling about his home in the Palisades. And I don't think he'll be any worse for Los Angeles. But I could be wrong, but I don't think he will. Whatever's going to happen over there is going to happen. I'm an LA fatalist. Whatever's going to happen over there is going to... I feel nothing when I touch down in LAX. I mean nothing. I feel nothing. And I like it. I like that feeling because I'm a drug addict and I like the empty feeling because usually I'm hyped up and crazy energy and I'm going from one thing to the next. As soon as I land at LAX, I am keenly aware of an emptiness inside myself that cannot be cured. I feel absolutely nothing when I land. As I drive through the streets from hell to the beauty of Beverly Hills, again, I feel nothing. It is beyond me. It is beyond my control. I have washed my hands of it. And by the way, for those of you criticizing that, fuck you. You do something about it. I don't care. I have no investment. It would be, here's my level of investment. I look out the window sometimes and I see a tent and people crawling around on the street and I go, it would be nice if this was fixed. That's my level of investment. I will just look out the window and I will see horrors beyond your imagination and I will go, well, it certainly would be nice if someone did something about this. And then I drive. That is my level of investment. There is nothing more to do and there's not much more to say. Maybe the World Cup will fix it. Maybe the Olympics will fix it. Maybe Spencer Pratt's new reality show will fix it. You get the government you kind of deserve. I think Carlin said that. I don't care anymore. It doesn't really matter to me. I can't care. I can't every minute of the day worry about this. People fight with each other on threads. They're all fighting about the Kevin Hart roast and this joke. They didn't like this joke and that joke and da-da-da-da-da. I hope Piers Morgan doesn't ask me 9 questions about that. I know he will. I just want to talk about China. I just want to talk about China. I don't want to. I don't care who's offended by what at the Kevin Hart roast. It doesn't bother me. People can get offended by anything they want, and everyone has the right to their own feelings. I just want to talk about China because we do have to work with China. I'm available, China. China, I am available for you. Here's the reality. You're not going to win in a war with China. You're not going to win in a ground war with China. I don't know what you're thinking. And can we, one more time, please, let's bring that up. Let's bring that up because it just makes me happy. Everyone's in a colorful shirt. Everyone's jumping up and down. They have the American flags. They have Chinese flags. Can you imagine this in Ohio with just these disgusting American children? These little fentheads that came out of their mother's fentanyl pussies, and they're trying to jump up and down, but their feet can't leave the ground, and they're just heaving. They have these little lungs that never got enough air because of the vape, and their mother smoked cigarettes throughout the whole pregnancy. They're just standing there, and they have their little eyes buried deep in their heads, and they're jumping up and down, and then just a bunch of immigrant kids as well with them. Many different colors of dysfunction in our country, many colors of obesity and disgust. Trying to jump up and down, waving flags, asking for their medication, asking for vapes, wandering around. They won't stay in the formation. Their little bug-eyed raccoon faces going to the trash, picking trash out, trying to eat garbage in front of President Xi. That's what we'd have. That's what we'd have. Our children with their little paws grabbing for their vapes and pills. Just a disgusting collection of biological material littered on the side of one of our disgusting streets. And the president of China terrified, staring at these little gremlins, these orcs, these little beasts, these truly American beasts, born of sin and here to devour the world. That's what and you know what, now as I describe that, it actually does sound a little cool. So maybe that's not the worst thing. It might wake him up a little bit. President Xi might go, Listen, take Taiwan. You need it. On the day your 2-year-old takes a GLP-1 shot, give it a protein shake because it needs the protein. Otherwise, it'll eat its bones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Thank you all for coming out to my show at the Netflix is a Joke Festival in Los Angeles at the Wildren Theater, where I interviewed the cast of Selling Sunset dressed as John Wayne Gacy, and it was a great moment for everyone. It was fun. It was a fun show. The women from the show didn't speak that much, and Jason Oppenheim, who owns the brokerage, to his credit, tried to answer some of the questions, and I like him. At one point I said, are your clients worried about security? And he said, yes. He goes, in fact, the other day I went to go to a house and they wouldn't even let me in because that's how secure it was. And I went, they wouldn't let you in? And he goes, no, well, they let me in. I was like, oh, so you lie. You made that up. And he laughed. He goes, yeah. And that's what a good real estate agent does. A good real estate agent is a liar. Sorry. You want them lying for you, but that's what they do. And I respect that. I respect the profession, always have. And they came on the show. Now, we did a show where it was like a theatrical kind of Broadway show. If you were a math, we interviewed a food delivery robot. We had a choir of people that came out dressed as unhoused people and sang Landslide. We had like a woman come out who pretended to lose her house in the Palisades fire. We had fun, and we might do more things like that because they're fun. And my costume designer in LA, she's one of the most talented people. There is a lot of talent here. Not so much on the screen, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of talent. Like, there's still really creative people who love what they do, and this woman is one of them. And she did this photo shoot. I didn't even know what was happening. They did these professional photos of me dressed up in like this John Wayne Gacy kind of drag Joker costume that she made, and it was unbelievable. And she brought in all these, really high-level gay makeup artists and photographers. And were they on meth? Who cares? It doesn't matter. They're working. It's a work drug. And they were blasting music, and I felt very cool. We did it. It was a whole photo shoot. It was very fun, and they do very high-level people. I didn't even know what was happening, but it was exciting and fun. And they're the funnest people I met. Were the makeup meth people. They're like fun. And then everyone else, the Netflix festival, you see a lot of comics you haven't seen in a while, which is fun. But then you're just inundated with, the business, the industry. It's gross. It's gross. It's desperate. It's sad. It's gross. It's grotesque. Truly. And it's a lot of this. It's a lot of, hi. It's a lot of that. And, but it was a fun thing to do. It was a fun thing to do. Was Netflix thrilled with everything I said on the stage? We don't know. I'm sure I'm sure everyone takes criticism in stride. Even Netflix. I've had a relationship with Netflix, but Netflix, like everyone, like myself, has good and bad in them, right? It's complex. It's not just amazing and great and that's it. We must be introspective and look inside. So I imagine that was the message delivered. I delivered it in a fun, kind of theatrical way. I don't think there's any problem there. But it was a fun thing. We'll do more things like that, I think, because it was fun to do something strange and weird. And it had a lot of moving parts and different components. And the Selling Sunset cast, I don't think they knew what was going on. And one of them I asked, you grew up in the UK? And she said, yes, I did. I grew up in Paris. They don't know. I don't know what they really know what's happening. Brie I liked a lot, and she's one of the OGs, and she's still on the show, and she laughed at every joke, and she's Nick Canatax or current, I don't know, whatever, it's not my business, but she was great. But there's a lot of the women there, you would try to just, they wouldn't really answer a lot of the questions. I asked one woman, I said, do you know any poor people? And she said, no. And I said, that's okay. That's okay, because everyone judges her for that in society, and she doesn't know any poor people. But she probably doesn't like them. And that's her choice. It's hard to meet poor people if you're rich, and no one talks about that. By the way, it's true. It's hard to meet poor people if you're rich. You gotta go out of your way to meet a really poor person if you're rich. Like, I mean, if you're rich. Not if you, make money in comedy after being a bum forever like I did. Then a lot of people don't have any money. It doesn't matter. But if you're someone that, works in real estate and you're hot and you're whatever, and you can't just meet a poor person. That's not the way it works. And then if you meet a poor person, it's weird to bring the poor person around as a rich, hot real estate agent who sells houses or whatever. I don't know if they actually sell houses. But it doesn't matter. Does anything matter? I think I said to them, I'm like, you guys don't really sell houses. I mean, they didn't even defend. They didn't even go, no, we sell houses. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if the audience knows they don't sell the houses. I don't think people watch the show because they sell houses. And the audience was so vicious to these people. When they would talk, the audience would go, shut the fuck up. People from the mezzanine, the balcony would scream at them, shut the fuck up. Because people now, that show got debuted in 2019. It was just pre-pandemic. That show was from a time when people believed that they could own a house. They never believed that they could own some crazy modern mansion in the Hollywood Hills, but they said, I can get a little house, a cabin somewhere. I'm in the game. And when you're in the game, you can, there's the escapism of watching a real estate show where these women pretend to sell these high-end properties because you can enjoy it. It's silly and there's drama. They fight with each other, whatever. But you go, well, I own a house and I'm watching other people sell nicer houses, but I could dream of owning a house. It's realistic that I own a house. But now that owning a house has become incredibly tough, I think that era of entertainment, that era of voyeurism, is actually going to decline. I don't think people are going to have an appetite anymore to watch shows where, attractive, and by the way, I could be wrong, it's my prediction. I don't think people are going to have an appetite to watch shows where hot women walk around mansions and pretend to sell them. I think eventually people are going to go, we've had enough of this shit. This is a relic from another era. We can't even imagine owning something, and we're pissed about it, and rightfully so, and we're not going to watch these bitches, walk around in 6-inch heels on a marble floor, it takes on a new meaning when people are fucked. You know, so I think, but I do appreciate them coming on, and they were lovely people backstage. They were very nice. They didn't answer the questions. That's fine. Doesn't matter. They tried. At one point, I said, just name an area of Los Angeles that you like. Can you do that? Just name, you don't even have to like it. Just name an area of Los Angeles and let's discuss that. And we'll release clips of this, but it was difficult for them, but it was still nice that they came. And, you know, a lot of things are changing. I read this article in the New York Times. You can grab this, that Meta, which is this mega company owned by Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, Instagram, you know, they dumped $80 billion, I think, into this metaverse idea. I think it was billion. That sounds high. It might have been million, but it's a drudge. It's in the Times. It might have been 80 billion. There was a time during the NFT craze where people would come up to me and say, you have to be the first comedian in the metaverse. And I said, what do you mean by that? They said, well, pretty soon we're just going to live in a virtual world completely. And instead of performing for 300 people or 3,000 people or whatever, you're going to perform for 50,000 people or 100,000 people or 1 million people in the metaverse. Because the metaverse is going to be the digital world we all inhabit. You'll have these glasses, and you're not going to go meet your friends at a restaurant. You're going to meet them in the metaverse. And people are going to watch comedy in this digital world. And now, of course, it sucked. Everything we saw that came out of the metaverse, you'd have an avatar, and you'd be this avatar. Get something up about the metaverse where we can kind of look at it. Like the concept, the proof of concept for it. It was like, you know, this strange thing where you'd have an avatar and you would live in this completely digitized digital world, and people really believed that that was like going to happen. That was like on the cusp of happening. But again, this was the height of the NFT craze, the mania. This is what people in Miami are showing you their phone and going, look, I just paid $10,000 for this. It was a squiggly line. That I just paid $10,000 for this squiggly line. I knew people who flipped NFTs, meaning they bought them and then sold them for more money, and they made like $2 million. And these were inherently worthless pieces of shit. Many of them, you know, there's non-fungible tokens on the blockchain and da-da-da-da-da. It's a way to show ownership. I own this, it's mine. I can prove that I own it. And a lot of these things were, some of them were artistic, some of them were cool, a lot of them weren't. So the metaverse was an outgrowth of this idea is that, well, you know, we're all eventually just going to inhabit this reality. And we're going to inhabit this reality because there's a pandemic and the world is gross and it's dangerous and there's riots and there's crime, but not in the metaverse. In the metaverse, it's all good. So let's watch a little bit of this thing here. But again, the metaverse was doomed. And maybe in 10 years or sooner, we're all living in the metaverse. But it never caught on. It just never happened. But here's a little something on that.
Imagine you put on your glasses or headset and you're instantly in your home space. It has parts of your physical home recreated virtually. It has things that are only possible virtually. And it has an incredibly...
By the way, just stop it for a minute. This freak is so... He disturbs me on such a guttural level. And he makes my skin crawl. And no offense, you know me, I don't try to be offensive on the show. There's something about him. Bezos, at least I kind of get, because he's a real psychopath. He's on a big yacht. Him and his wife bought the Met Gala, which a bunch of my comedian friends would tweet, you know, all day about how, you know, white men suck, seem to throw those morals away when it's time to go to the Met Gala that's now owned by a true lunatic, Jeff Bezos, who's on a super yacht. He's a genuine Bond supervillain. But there's something about Bezos. I don't know if I would say I like it. There's something honest about Bezos. He's like, I'm on a super yacht. I got this, my wife. We have a big wedding in Italy. We invite every famous person we know. Bezos seems like a guy, there's maybe some insecurity there or whatever it is. He desperately wants to prove to you that he's the coolest person that's ever lived. And, is that disgusting? Sure. But you know what it is. And I think now, truly in life, it's not about whether you agree or disagree with someone. I was thinking about this the other day, and it's not about whether you think they're good or bad. Do you know what they are? I think this is becoming the real question and the real concern and the real way to evaluate people. Forget good or bad, forget the morality, forget just for a minute, and just, do you know what they are? Do you get where they're coming from? Are they reliably consistent? Whatever. And a guy like Jeff Bezos, I think you kind of understand that. This guy feels like someone who's really trying to be a human being. He's doing his best. He's occasionally succeeding. But something is deeply unsettling. But let's continue here. Mark Zuckerberg, friend of the show.
Incredibly inspiring view of whatever you find most beautiful.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah, just gotta find something to wear. All right, perfect. Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, what's going on? Whoa, we're floating in space. Who made this place? That's awesome.
Okay, so, all right, kill this. Just to give you a refresher course of what the metaverse was. Now, find this article here where it is his New York Times article about Facebook dying. Meta dying, which owns Facebook. It's on Drudge. And, I read this article today, and they make the point that nothing on the internet dies overnight. Even Yahoo and AOL and things like that, they still function. They still have people that use them. Facebook, I don't know anyone on Facebook. We can sell a lot of tickets on Facebook. We post probably content from the show on Facebook. Facebook's now settling lawsuits with people because it's now proven that Meta's algorithm has, driven people, I think, to kill themselves and stuff. I think that's what's going on. Like, that the algorithm has focused on negativity, and it has incentivized and encouraged the type of behavior that has led people to have serious psychological conditions. So Meta's they're settling some law. Like, we all know someone who's gone insane on social media. We all know that. You all have an aunt. We've all existed in this world long enough to know someone who has genuinely become a schizophrenic on social media. We know that person. We know someone who at one time was fun and who is now a schizophrenic. And that's sad, and I don't know what can be done about it, but we know that exists. So what I was talking about before, in March, the company, Meta, alongside YouTube, lost a bellwether lawsuit alleging that its addictive design choices triggered anxiety, depression, and body image issues in a teenager. Waiting in the wings are over 100,000 similar cases seeking claims in the tens of billions of dollars. Also, people have talked about foreign influence campaigns using Meta, misinformation campaigns using these sites or whatever. So this article in the Times is basically saying that although Meta is still doing very well in the sense that they've made a lot of money, there's a few key markers that show that the company itself is beginning to decline, and that that could be irreversible. And that era of the internet might be ending. And it will take a while. And one wonders what comes next. But there's a quote here. There's a grim satisfaction in watching this organization hoist with its own petard. This is the company that profited from trafficking lies. It tuned its algorithms to boost hatred and division, that stole our data and used it against us, that created the culture of toxic meme, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. So this is in the New York Times. And what they're saying here is they go, well, if Facebook dies, maybe things get better. And the New York Times, like, it could be a heartening turn in our national conversation. And they said TikTok traffics more in inspirational content. I don't know what algorithm on TikTok they're on, by the way. They go, TikTok traffics in more inspirational content? I don't know where they're at. They go, prom videos are currently trending. Okay. But what's interesting about this, to me, like kind of reading this article, is imagining what comes next, because there was that. And it seems to be like, are young people. And it seems to be like, are young people fighting about politics on the internet? It doesn't seem to be that they are in the way that older people. That feels to me like something that, as a a friend of mine who helped out with the show recently said, old heads. It doesn't feel like that's it. Like, I'm the people I know who have the most active social media presence are older. And that seems odd. It seems like it should be the other way around. That younger people should be the ones on social media using it for whatever reasons to make change or whatever. But it seems to be it's like older people that are bored and all they care about is this, and this is now where they live. Like, that is their metaverse. Like, he has created that. They don't need the goggles. They're already there. They're already there, Mark. You did it. You kind of did it. My aunt's already there. She's locked in. I don't know that she needs to be in a digital world. You've already created this space where people are able to basically just fight about things that don't really affect them for the rest of their lives until their bodies are riddled with cancer and they die. That's how old people live now. Old people, however you want to, talk about our country, a lot of people that aren't from America are like, it's, they visit here and they go, it's an abomination what you do to your old people. You stick them in homes, you kick them out of the house. They would never do that in Japan. They go, we all live together, we respect our elders, they die in their beds. We ship them to nursing homes, there's fight clubs, people pee on them or whatnot. It's bad. But whatever you think about that, old people now, the last years of their life, meaning where they still have, before they're completely bedridden and they're going out. Mark Zuckerberg has stolen the last 10 years of your mother's life before she got dementia and Alzheimer's. Mark Zuckerberg has stolen that. The last 10 years of grandma's life, where's grandma? She's on Facebook. She's drunk and she's fighting with someone she's never met. And that's how people get old now. They get old on the internet and they spend their golden years, the last years on this planet, where they still have moving legs and they can still walk. They spend it shut in their home on Facebook talking about Iran. That's what Mark Zuckerberg's created. He's driven your parents insane, and he's given them a place where they're incentivized to actually get crazier. And that's the way people get old now. That's part of life. I've always talked about Mint Mobile, and I mean it. You got to start saving money right now. The economy's not great. Cell phone service is a place where you can be more responsible with your money. It is important that you do so. Many of my friends and myself and everyone I know, my family, we've all started, so we have Mint Mobile. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. I use it, and you should too. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/Tim Dillon. I'm telling you, ditch overpriced wireless. Get 3 months of premium wireless service from Mint Mobile for $15 a month. Bring your own phone and number. Activate with an eSIM in minutes and start saving money immediately. No long-term contracts, no hassle. It's mintmobile.com/Tim Dillon. That's mintmobile.com/Tim Dillon. Upfront payments of $45 for 3 months. 5 gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for the first 3 months. Only the full price plans available, taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. Aura frames are the best gift you can give anyone. It is a digital picture frame. And here's the reality. Celebrate all the moments in life. And if you give somebody a digital picture frame, there are so many pictures. There's free unlimited storage. Preload photos before it ships. They open the box, they look at the picture frame, and they go, oh my God, look at all the different photos. And they go down memory lane. You can personalize your gift, add a message before it arrives. It includes a gift box. This is Mother's Day. Make Mother's Day special with Aura frames. My mother has passed. So I can't get her Aura frames. I just go and I put a fillet of fish on her grave. Named number 1 by Wirecutter, you can save on the gifts moms love by visiting auraframes.com. For limited time, listeners can get $25 off their best-selling Carver mat frame with code TIM. That's auraframes.com, promo code TIM. Support the show by mentioning us and check out terms and conditions apply. $25 off, use code TIM. Save now on the gifts mom love. Exclusive $25 off. Carver mat at auraframes.com/Tim, auraframes.com/Tim, promo code TIM. I haven't been on Facebook in years. I used to go on it. I'd rate statuses, get likes. I try to be funny about shit. I haven't been on it in years. Can you get up the average age of a Facebook user? It might be younger than I think. I don't know. And I don't know how they calculate these averages either. That's not true. This is such a lot. They go, as of early 2026, the largest demographics of Facebook users globally is 25 to 34 years old. Growing engagement for users 45 to 65. Do you go on Facebook? Do you know anyone really engaged on Facebook? That's right. No, it's true. I don't know where they're getting to it, but maybe they're talking about people in India who just got it. I don't know. Whatever. This is old people are on Facebook. The last years of their life, Mark Zuckerberg has stolen, and he's radicalizing them, and they can't do anything about it. Their bodies are failing, their minds are failing. They're trapped in this prison, this hell. They should be seeing their grandchildren. They should be drinking wine. They should be on a boat. But what they're really doing is spending their life, the last bits of it, the last things that really matter, they're spending it in this hell created by this humanoid freak. That's how their truth has been. So this company, Meta, starting to decline. I don't shed a tear for this. I don't shed a tear for this. Now, I'm on Instagram. I like Instagram. I'm on social media. It's part of my job. I get it. I'm not, one of these people who claims moral superiority to any of this, but I just look around and notice it. And I look at the people on Facebook. I go, these people are unwell. They're older. They don't know what AI is. They don't know if something's real or fake. They don't know what they're arguing about. There's clearly an AI video of a crocodile eating someone, and they're like, that's why you gotta respect animals, the power of an animal. And it's just, they don't know their lives have been stolen from them. It's sad. It's actually sad. They don't understand what happened. They don't get it. Nothing like this has ever happened before, by the way. They didn't watch their parents do this. This has never happened before, where at the end of your life, there was a technology invented that made you insane. This has never happened. Large swaths of the public have gone, functionally, they're insane. They're lost. They're gone. On every political spectrum, all over the place, doesn't matter. This has never really happened before, where a playground for your worst ideas and impulses was given to you at the end of your life, when the sharpness of your mind is starting to really wear thin, and you don't know what's going on. And they give you this playground and go, fuck around, have fun, see what happens, learn things. You shouldn't learn things. The learning should stop at a certain age. Now they're all learning about aliens on Facebook? I heard the government was going to come out and tell everybody there was no God, we were created by aliens. How are they going to take that? You know what I mean? That's what I heard was going to happen. I heard from multiple people. I called a couple of people. They go, yeah, I think the government's going to come out and tell everyone there's no God. We were created by aliens. All the world religions are fake. And deal with that. Do with that what you will. Who knows? Now, that didn't happen. I think the government's kind of backed off on that. They're like, well, you make your own conclusion. Choose your own adventure. But supposedly that's what they were going to tell everybody. Like, by the way, it's all fake. There's no God. You were created by aliens. I really believe that's what they were going to say. And they were just going to tell everyone to deal with it. Deal with it. And they called a bunch of pastors, and they were like, hey, by the way, you're going to have to, your congregation's going to get upset because during the morning press briefing, we're going to announce that there's no God and we're all a creation of aliens. It's like, so, I mean, what are we doing to these people at the end of their lives? Could you think of a worse way to get old than the way you get old now? Is there a worse generation? Is there a worse time? Now, yes, the boomers have all the fucking money. They own these big houses. That's all nice. But they don't have minds anymore. Their minds are disintegrated. They've melted in their heads. I mean, it's unbelievable. And now at the end of their life, while they're frothing in a Facebook rage, wandering around their house, we tell them, by the way, we don't think there's a God or anything. We were created by aliens. That's the last thing they hear before they collapse on their keyboard as they're responding to their sister that they barely speak to. Well, actually, the trans issue is more of an issue than you think it is. It's insane. We're destroyed. Now, you might think it's undignified to go to a nursing home and die there. And it is. But my mother was in one of them and died in one of them. Whatever, this is worse. What we're doing to them now is worse. They're all in big mansions on Facebook, and they're insane. Their kids hate them. This is worse. Yes, nobody wants to go to fucking Shady Acres, whatever the name of that fucking thing. I think it's something from I think maybe that was from The Sopranos. Nobody wants that. Everybody goes, I don't want to go into a home. I'm completely fine. I want to live on my own. And that was the big discussion. The big discussion was like, well, where do you put old people? You put them in these homes? And everybody was like, nobody wanted to go in those homes. And Louis got a great new bit on his special about this, about putting his dad in a place. But the way people are getting old now, where they're just on the internet, at whatever age, trying to figure it out, and being taken advantage of and bamboozled, and it's coming from all sides and all directions, and they're becoming truly like psychotic, We're inducing psychosis. That's what Mark Zuckerberg's done. He's inducing psychosis into large swaths of the population, but very noticeably in older people that have now all gone insane. And I actually think, by the way, so there's a new study that shows more than 2/3 of children under the age of 2 use screens, some for 8 hours a day. So many 1-year-olds are now on a screen for 8 hours a day. Here's why that's good. Are you ready? Here's why it's good. If we're going to live like this, we got to start them young. They got to be, listen, the people I know who got introduced to Facebook later in their lives no longer speak to their children. They no longer speak to their families. They've had Facebook for 10 years. Their children won't bring the grandkids to the house anymore. That's what happens when you introduce technology late in life. I'm for, if we're going to live like this, and it seems like we are, I'm not commenting on if it's a good thing. I don't think it is, but it doesn't seem like anybody has any investment in changing it. But more than 2/3 of children under 2 use screens, some for up to 8 hours a day. 1-year-old, and by the way, and I'm going to say it again, and it's not a joke, they're watching this show in very big numbers. 2-year-olds, under 5 toddlers are watching this show in big numbers now. It is a huge demographic. Almost 1/3 of newborns watch screens for more than 3 hours a day, while nearly 20% of infants aged 4 to 11 months watch screens for over an hour a day. So your 11-month-old is going to get an hour just to get them going. And by the way, I'm for this because if we're going to have this, they need to understand it. By the time they're 4, they need to go, that's AI. Look at the watermark, it's AI. Scientists say the basis of future health and brain development is laid down in the first time from pregnancy to the age of 2. So scientists are now saying that it might not be good that they're doing this. Yeah, higher screen use in babies supposedly links to poor development. Well, there's not jobs for them when they grow up, so who cares? They only need to be literate online. Listen to me now. There are no jobs for your children. They only need to be literate online. They only need to understand the way the internet works. So I don't have a problem with a 1-year-old spending 5 to 8 hours a day on the screen. These include increased risk of obesity and short-sightedness, sleep problems, behavioral difficulties, language delay. Folks, they're going to have it anyway. They're having it all anyway. They're going to have it all anyway. Most likely, your children are going to be obese, short-sighted, and have language delay. It's just what it is. We're going to get Ozempic for them when they're kids. That's GLP-1s for kids are coming. And I'm for it. They're coming for the fatties, for the kids. We're going to have them all. Your kids are on peptides, you're on GLP-1s, and they're on the screen. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry. It's what it is. Don't shoot the messenger here. I'm telling you, yes, they're going to be fat because they're on the screens. Hit him with the needle. Oh, my kid's fat because he's on the screen. Well, it's necessary for him to be on the screen because he needs to be literate and he needs to understand the way the internet works. He needs to understand different cultures that arise on the internet. He's got to choose. She's got to choose. They have to choose what culture they want to take part in on the internet. So they're going to be obese, probably. You hit him with the GLP-1. GLP-1 will slim him down. GLP-1 will hold the food in your infant's stomach longer so that your infant is less hungry. Because soon they will approve GLP-1s for toddlers. So usually, here's the way it works. Your 2-year-old eats a chicken nugget and shits it out and wants another chicken nugget. But the GLP-1 will hold the nugget in your 2-year-old's stomach longer, and it won't shit. So now we have 2 things happening that are good. Shitting no longer is a thing with babies. They're not going to be shitting all the time because they're on GLP-1s. They're going to be very constipated. The food is held in their stomach longer, so they're less hungry. Problem number one, shitting babies, solved. Problem number two, obese children, solved. This, and they're going to be sitting there and they're going to be on a screen. Listen, I'm pro-family. I'm pro-children. But here's what's going to happen. You're going to have a fat child and it's going to sit in a chair like this. It's going to be on a little cushion and you're going to put a screen in front of it and then you are going to shoot it up with a needle of GLP-1. Parents said they're offering screens to their babies and toddlers to help manage the stress of daily life and coping with exhaustion. They mean their stress, right? Not the baby's stress? Let me read that again. Parents said they're offering screens to their babies and toddlers to help manage the stress of daily life. Well, here's the thing. I'm pro-family, I'm pro-child, I'm pro-civilization. I believe the happiest people, truly, are the ones that, the happiest people I've ever met are the ones with children. That doesn't mean that there are, I'm happy I don't have children, so I'm not saying everyone, whatever. I'm not telling you how to live. That's not the deal. But I'm saying I believe people should have children. I think it's good. Most people are not going to get what they want out of their career. Truly. Some of them will. Most don't. And even the ones that do, there's a certain emptiness to that. Whatever. So I am pro this. But here's the other thing. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to be a parent. It's hard to be a good parent. So I think what people are doing now is they're giving their children the screens because they don't have the energy, time. One parent described their baby screen time as, quote, a survival skill in my house. A government spokesman told Sky News parents told us they want clear, practical, and non-judgmental advice on screen use for under fives. And we work hand in hand with them. Because the parents don't want to be judged for it. And I get it. They go, I got my kids on a screen. I give my kid an iPad. And I say, leave me alone for a little while. And they don't want to be judged for that. And I understand parents don't want to be judged for giving their 1-year-old an iPad for 8 hours. Okay, they don't want to be judged for this, and I think we should stop judging them for it, because here's the deal. We're heading into this digital world. By the time those kids grow up, we probably will be in a fucking metaverse. So, this is what you can fight all these things. People fight this, they fight that. They're mad that everybody's on drugs and on the different pharmaceuticals. They don't like this, they don't like that. I'm not saying that. I don't know anything about the GLP-1s. I tried them. I didn't like them. They made me feel weird. I lost passion for life, truly. But that doesn't mean that other people, and now I have a meal plan of a trainer. I'll do peptides. I'll do other things. The GLP-1s for me personally, I felt that there was I started to lose interest in more than eating. It was weird. And it's just for me, and that's not everyone's experience. By the way, go take them, enjoy them. I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. I am forgiving them to children. I am forgiving GLP-1s to toddlers, and I am forgiving them iPads for them to watch this show and many others for hours on end every day. That's your kid's not gonna play soccer. Cut it out. Have a realistic expectation for your child. Having a nonverbal child who just is on an iPad all day that you shoot up once a week with a needle so it doesn't eat is the best you're going to do. Just a quiet child who's constipated from the GLP-1 they're on. Here's the thing with people giving GLP-1s to their toddlers. You have to remember fiber. You have to remember fiber. Because they have to move. You don't want their stomachs to explode with food. So you have to make sure the food is moving through your 2-year-old or 3-year-old system while they're on the iPad for 8 hours a day. So you have to make sure they eat fiber so that they shit eventually so that they don't explode on the couch. Because you don't want to say, my toddler got gastroparesis, we forgot the fiber, and my toddler's stomach exploded. stomach exploded. It was full of chicken nuggets. It was full of chicken nuggets and we forgot the fiber. So my toddler didn't shit out the chicken nuggets. So his stomach exploded while I was watching the iPad. So these are the ways to be a parent. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not a parent. But that's what it's going to be. And we should feel bad for parents. I like this article that says parents shouldn't really have to raise their kids. They should be able to just give them iPads for the entire day. Quote, this research is a reminder of the pressure so many parents face. And can I make another comment? If your toddler on shot day doesn't want to eat anything, you make sure they eat protein. You have to give them protein in the day they take their shot. This research is a reminder of the pressures so many parents face, and our guidance is designed to offer realistic, evidence-informed advice that reflects the demands of family life. Not be a rule book that adds to the pressure. I like Sky News, because here's what Sky News is saying. Hey, listen, let's get realistic. You're not going to raise your children. You're going to give them the iPad. And so a lot of parents don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. The kids are getting hooked on the screens. But here's the question. What is that? Is this a baby losing his mind over a screen? What is he wants to watch my program? What does he mean? Oh, this is just to let your children get mad they can't watch YouTube? All right, let's see a little bit of it. What's he trying to watch? Wants to see Tucker? I want Tucker! I want Tucker! All right, we get it. Demand. They're addicted. My godson's addicted to it. What are you going to do? They're addicted to it. What are you going to do? They're little junkies in your house who want their screens. What are you going to deal with them? You got a bunch of stinky-fingered junkies in the house that want their goddamn screens. What are you going to do? Fight that battle? You give them the screen and you let them watch it. Folks, I'm telling you, I know it sounds wrong. Otherwise, it gets really difficult. Especially if you have multiple kids, it's very difficult. They don't want to play outside anymore. They don't want to play outside. None of their friends are outside. All of their friends are playing video games. They want to play video games. So they're going to sit around and play video games. That's what they want to do. They don't want to go out. You know, remember when you were a kid, I was a kid, maybe not you, you're younger than me, but like we would play Manhunt. You know what I mean? You would go out and play things, hide and go seek, stuff like that. They don't do that anymore. Children do not do that. They're not interested in that. They want to be on the screens. That's where they live now. And it's hard to imagine a world where that changes. So in a world like this, you have to, I think, give your child the screen. It's like eating. In AA, which I've been a member of, or or NA or things like that, it's abstinence, it's drugs, or alcohol. You can't do it. You go to God, you do other things, But in OA, Overeaters Anonymous, which I haven't been in, LOL, they tell you gotta eat. So it's not, there's a moderation's not moderation's essential in that. It's like Sexual Anonymous. You gotta have sex, but you can't, do whatever things you were doing that are bad. Whereas it's different, like AA, it's like you can't. It's the phenomenon of great. But here's the deal. These kids aren't getting away from screens. So they're little junkies, screen junkies in and out, but you need to teach them a responsible way to use the internet. Because it's going to be their entire life. Otherwise, Mark Zuckerberg's going to get them later on, and they're going to go fucking insane. We gave the internet to a generation of people. They are in the process of destroying everything in the world. Everything in the world, by the way. They haven't even had it for that long. It's not like they've had it for that long. But they got it late in life, and it scrambled their fucking brain. So what you have to do you know how many people I know who blocked their own mother? Do you know how many people I know on Facebook or whatever that have told me I've blocked my mother? She cannot reach me on the internet. If she wants, she can call me. I have blocked her. I do not want to see what she posts. I don't want to see what she shares. I go, your mother. Yeah. So I know that the knee-jerk reaction is to say, get the screens out of the hands of kids. Well, sure, but I think realistically, they're not going to be able to exist without having some kind of relationship to a screen. So I would say if you're one, it's not 9 hours. 8 hours a day is too much. How long is this show? Usually about an hour. An hour a day is fine for me. But again, on this program, give us the view. No, I don't know. I mean, what's appropriate for a 1-year-old? How many hours should a 1-year-old be spending on the screen? You're not on social media, but how many hours should a 1-year-old be on the screen? You think none? Do you have any children? Oh no. I say no more than 5. I say no more than. Here's what I feel. If you put your 1-year-old somewhere in a house and give it a screen, you have to set a timer, and then 5 hours later, you have to go back and check on it. On the day your 2-year-old takes a GLP-1 shot, give it a protein shake because it needs the protein. Otherwise, it'll eat its bones. And explain that to the kid. Say this could eat your bones, so you have to eat protein. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. Here's my favorite thing about them. Their fee is free unless they win. Hiring the wrong people can be disastrous. That's where the Morgan & Morgan comes in. If you're ever injured by the negligence of another, Morgan & Morgan is America's law firm that you need to try. It's the largest in the country. Whenever I witness an injury or a car accident happen, I automatically think Morgan & Morgan, and I yell it at them. If I see it, I yell, I go, Morgan & Morgan! I'm telling you, $30 billion recovered for over 500,000 clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. Yes, that's right, free. More information, go to forthepeople.com/TimDialPoundLaw. Forthepeople.com/TimDialPoundLaw. It's forthepeople.com/TimDialPoundLaw. Let them know I sent you. This is paid advertising. Stash is the one. Stash is the one. Stash is an investing app that feels like having a financial advisor in your pocket. They've created this thing called Market Mood, which basically turns on the chaos of the stock market into a single mood. It's designed to help you understand how the news is impacting the stock market and make it easier to understand what's going on if you start investing now. One of the reasons people put off investing is the feeling like the market's too high, too volatile, there's too much going on in the news. The feeling of uncertainty is real, but that's where Stash comes into play. So, Market Mood is powered by Stash's AI Money Coach, and it reads through over 700 financial news articles and market data points every day to come up with a single daily mood rating for the market, like uneasy or confident. It's a simple way to understand the market in less than 2 minutes, no finance background needed. Whether you've been thinking about investing for months, you're in the market already, and you just want deeper understanding and context. Market Mood gives you something most investing tools don't, a clear, honest daily answer. Check today's Market Mood for yourself at stash.com/mood. That's stash.com/mood. It's free. It takes 2 minutes. You'll actually know what the market is doing today. Stop guessing and start knowing. Head over to stash.com/mood. Paid non-client endorsement, not a guarantee, not representative of all clients' investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered advisor, investing above risk. So many people I know are really using NeuroGum. It's so great. It makes you sharp. In a pilot study with Neuro's energy and focus, Mints participants performed a cognitive test 21.4% faster than those without Neuro. I love it. It helps me. I chew it before the show. It's amazing. I like it. It keeps me focused, sharp. If you're trying to do, anything in your life that's important, it's really important that you do NeuroGum. Perfect for LA, traffic, meetings, gym, existential dread. Repeat. Neuro Energy and Focus is powered by natural green tea, caffeine, L-theanine for calm focus, vitamin B12 plus B6 for better mood and metabolism, no sugar, no aspartame, no crash, which means I don't feel the need to apologize to my body. Neuro's memory and focus gum are made with America's ginseng to support mental clarity minus the jitters. Neuro sleep and recharge mints more for melanin and chamomile to help you unwind and rest without pills or sugary gummies. limited time, you get 20% off your first order at NeuroGov.com. I use code TIM. That's NeuroGov.com. Use code TIM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon. Hantavirus. What is this? My mother used to talk about hantavirus. She'd get a mouse in our house. And she was right. It spreads because of rodent shit. And by the way, everyone on a cruise, let me stop this right now. Anyone that goes on a cruise anymore, you deserve exactly what you get. There are so many examples of why you should not get on this floating toilet. I mean, there's documentaries. There's a documentary called Poop Cruise. Anybody, now I know that you want to go on this all-inclusive thing. I know that folks, when I grew up, people used to go to a little inn. They go to a little bed and breakfast somewhere. And yes, cruises are for like old people. I know gay cruises are fun and you can do Molly and stuff on the ocean. But there's just too much of a chance for a nightmare to happen on a cruise. It's happened so many times. How do you even just walk? You just walk on a cruise now and go, well, we hope we're not stranded with hantavirus on the sea. So you can go to a shitty made-up town in Mexico and buy some fake fucking crap. You can buy Cocatelli, the guy who plays the flute, or a dream catcher, or some bullshit. And now we got hantavirus. Now, after this, we're going to watch David Muir, but after this, I want you to pull up, there's a doctor on the boat who's giving updates about hantavirus. But let's watch David Muir. Hantavirus.
The race to track a deadly virus outbreak that started on that cruise ship in the Atlantic after authorities have now revealed tonight that many passengers got off that cruise ship weeks ago. The hantavirus outbreak linked to that cruise ship in the Atlantic, health officials tracking at least 30 people now who got off the ship 2 weeks ago, traveling to their home countries all over the world, including 7 Americans now back in the U.S. 3 people taken off that ship in just the last 24 hours, 2 of them in serious condition.
Look at this. That's how you live in the cruise now. Freeze on a thing, dude. That is the photo of how you're going to leave the cruise. Is that what you want? I'm telling you, stop fucking around with this. That photo right there is how you're going to exit the cruise. You walk in, you're excited about the buffet, you leave like that. Let's continue.
Serious condition. 3 other people have died. Tonight, 18 Americans remain on board that ship. The World Health Organization urgent call. ABC's Victor Kendo leading us off.
Honda! Try to find the doctor. He's on the cruise, he's on the ship, and he's giving updates about hantavirus, which my mother was so concerned about. She would tell that to my father. She would go, there's a mouse and he's shit in his house. We're going to get hantavirus. And my dad would, do his usual, you're overreacting. We're going to get hantavirus because there was a mouse. We had a mouse. Okay, so a Swedish doctor who previously worked aboard the luxury cruise ship affected by a deadly hantavirus outbreak said the ship's medical staff are likely operating under, quote, tremendous pressure with limited resources. Let's listen to this man. Now, by the way, I'm talking to experts. I'm not, but I'm just calling people that I know, that I think know things. And they're saying the human-to-human hantavirus spread might be overstated, and it's probably not such a big deal. But who knows? Anyway, let's see what this guy says. He's from Sweden.
If they are allowed to disembark, the passengers will somehow get home. But, of course, no country wants to have a hantavirus in the general population.
On the ship. Bomb that ship. Bomb that ship. That's it. You went on a cruise. This is the way we should handle cruises now. If you go out on a cruise and there's a disease outbreak, you're not coming back. We've got too many fucking problems in this country for you to come back with hantavirus. You're dead. Say it. By the way, don't release the information to the public. I'm telling the Trump administration, some of them are not too thrilled with me, but the ones that still listen, I'm telling you right now, and I know they'll have no moral problem with this, just bomb the ship. Bomb it, and by the way, this is the new standard. You're allowed to go on a cruise. If there's any outbreak of any significance, I'm not talking about like norovirus. I mean like a hantavirus. If something happens, just like we shot down that plane that was going into, we thought was going to go to the White House, and then we made up that story. Let's roll. That's fake. We shot it down. Just like that happened. Let's roll. Fake. I think, and I believe. But anyway, we need to do this with cruise ships of sick people. We need to get rid of them and then make up a story that the boat was attacked by terrorists or something like that. This is, okay, let's get this guy. What is it? Passenger on board the cruise ship that has suspected hantavirus outbreak where 3 people have died and 5 to 6 people are sick cries out as a ship remains near Cape Verde. Hantavirus is rare. Go up. Sorry. Hantavirus is rare, but serious illness usually spread through contact with rodents or their waste. Let's listen to this guy. He's making his hantavirus statement. Here he is.
I normally wouldn't make a video like this, but I feel like I need to say something, so I wrote a few things down. I am currently on board the MV Hondians, and what's happening right now is very real for all of us here. We're not just a story.
All right.
We're not.
Hold on. He told you to get on the boat. I'm dead serious. I went on the Practical Jokers cruise once to do stand-up comedy. I walked off that boat and said, I'll kill myself. There's no amount of money you could offer me to do a cruise gig ever again in my life. I said, I'll kill myself if I have to get on another cruise. I will take my own life. I will gladly take my own life. When this guy goes, we're not just a story. We know you're not just a story. If we thought you were just a story, we'd let you dock. We know it's not just a story. That's why you're not docking with hantavirus. We got too many fucking problems. We got AI. We got Iran. We got all this shit going on. We got aliens. We got the price of oil. And then you think you're going to bring hantavirus? No. We're not just a story. No, you're not. And I feel bad for this person. And I'm not saying that this person doesn't deserve empathy or sympathy. I'm simply saying that the boat he's on should be struck with a missile. And they should burn alive with their choices. And I'm not saying they don't deserve sympathy or empathy. I'm saying you got on the boat, you should be killed. I'm serious. I'm serious tonight. I've had enough. These people, they bring these rare outbreaks from the buffet of a cruise ship with rodent shit, and then they're mad that they can't go waltz around fucking Macy's. You live with your choice. Sit in your bunk on the cruise and get ready to get struck with a missile. You're dead. We're going to kill you. You're dead. Hantavirus will not kill you. The U.S. government will. I'm telling you, I'm sour. You know, Trump, his decisions I don't like. I've soured on him. I thought he had some real good points early on. But I'll tell you this. If he blows up this ship, if he blows up this hantavirus ship, I'm back. Let's listen to the rest of his statement because, by the way, I am serious when I say that you can't take a cruise and then bring like a plague back. That's not the way it works. But again, let's start him from the beginning, please. Here, this guy is on the hantavirus cruise ship. Hantavirus, friend of the show. Let's listen to this show.
I normally wouldn't make a video like this, but I feel like I need to say something, so I wrote a few things down.
Can you stop this for a minute? Why does everyone feel they need to say something? He feels like I know he feels like he's dying and it's sad and it's horrible, and I get it. But here's the deal. You're sitting there in a green shirt and you go, I feel like I need to say something, and then I guarantee you, somehow I get blamed, like, watch. I don't know if he's going to do this, but I feel like this is going to there's going to be a very, like, it's not going to take it. Here's the one he should say. You ready? Hey, we're pretty fucked, and there's hantavirus here. It's a real thing. It's not just a story. And we realize that it is a very dangerous outbreak, and even with the best tracking of people and everything, it's gonna pose an unnecessary risk to human civilization. You don't need another pandemic. We haven't even recovered from the last one. So I've made this video to ask the government to strike our boat with a missile and blow us up instantaneously and kill us instantly so that the rest of the world can live. Love you, Mom. Love you, Dad. But let's see what he actually says. That's the selfless thing. The selfless thing for all these people to do on this hantavirus chip is to take their own life. Selflessly. Selflessly, they should all walk the fucking plank. No! They should walk the plank. I've had enough of this now. An old school pirate plank. The Trump administration, with my full support, I'll be back. J.D. Vance, stop telling people you don't like me because I got a big mouth, by the way. We'll get that. We'll get Joe Kent in there. How about that? I'm kidding. But he does have that jaw. Hantavirus, they walk the plank. Is it my fault this guy goes to the Iraq-Iran war? I'm the problem? They make them walk the plank. Now he's freaking out about AI. You see this, J.D. Vance? He's freaking out about AI. He's all upset about the AI. Who's doing the AI? Who's doing that? They have a plank, and they make them walk the plank. And God, I loved pirate stuff as a kid. And you make them walk the plank, and at the end of the plank, they get to say something. They get to say something like, "Hi, this sucks. I feel really scared. I don't know what comes after this. The government just said there was no God and aliens created all of us. That's the last thing I read in my book before I was made to walk the plank. Because this boat has a hantavirus outbreak, that was kind of disturbing that's the last thing I read. But I shouldn't have gone on Facebook. It was my fault. I went on Meta. I went on Facebook. There was an article that there was no God. We're all created by aliens. So I guess this is literally the last thing I'll ever do. But I completely understand and agree with our government's decision to make everyone on the ship walk the plank instead of posing an unnecessary risk before the summer months, where we hope we see a little spike in spending and the economy repair itself by people buying Martin's potato rolls, burgers, dogs, etc. You know how it is. A couple of vacations. Anyway, let's watch his statement. By the way, this seems insensitive. It's actually not, and you're a child if you think it is. Continue.
I am currently on board the MV Hobbies.
Yes.
And what's happening right now is very real for all of us here.
I get it.
We're not just a story.
Totally.
We're not just headlines.
Okay.
We're people.
Yes.
People with families.
Okay.
With lives.
Okay.
With people waiting for us at home.
I know.
There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part. All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home. So if you're seeing coverage about this, just remember that there are real people behind it, and that this isn't something happening somewhere far away. It's happening to us right now. I'll share more when I can.
What does the statement even mean? I know it's a real boat with real people with hantavirus. I don't think it's AI. What's he saying? Does he think I'm gonna, and I feel bad for him, his trembling voice, he's sad, but does he think I'm gonna say come back with the hantavirus? I just did a photo shoot and I look good in some of these. I just interviewed the cast of Selling Sunset. I don't want hantavirus. That's a non-statement statement. We're real people, we exist, we're on a boat, we have hantavirus. We get it. We know you're real people. We know you have families and people that love you. That's the problem. We don't want you infecting them with fucking hantavirus. Here's what I say from you. Hi, I'm on this boat. I don't have hantavirus. I'll kill everyone on the boat. And test me and let me come home. I'm willing to kill everyone on this boat. Are you reading anything about this hantavirus? Are there any more statements from people on the boat with the hantavirus? Is he the only one who's live streaming here from the boat? People just can't stop with the screens no matter what, huh? I know it's a boat. I know it's real. I know you're actual people. I know it's horrible. I feel bad for you. My heart goes out to you. I don't want hantavirus. There's a lot of things in my life I want. I don't want hantavirus. I might want to live in Rhode Island at some point, in the Newport area. I like that. I like seafood. I think it's beautiful, but I don't want hantavirus. So, like, I understand such a weird non-statement statement. We're people, we exist, we have hantavirus. It's like, bro, you chose to get on this boat, and now you have hantavirus. I feel bad about this. What are you reading so intently over there? Is there any other statement from anyone on the boat, or is this the only guy that's chosen to update us on the boat? Pull it up. Just because I want to give everyone a fair shake, and I want to hear from people on this boat, because is this another person? This is another person who's decided. Listen, man, I feel bad for people with hantavirus. We just can't let. Yeah, he said they're not being well informed, the people on the hantavirus. This is gonna be like Flight 93 here. I'm telling you this right now. We gotta make up something. Let's roll. Okay, this is somebody on the. Is he on the boat? I think so. All right, he looks pale. Don't let him off. He looks real pale.
Of Northwest Africa.
It's very scary because it was nothing that we were ready for. On 12th of April, we had the first casualty.
Ruhi Kennett was on the ship's first leg for most of April and recorded the moments the captain announced the first death.
This is my son, Eugene. One of our passengers, Sandy, passed away last night.
Why did you decide to record the captain's announcement?
I felt something odd. It turns out we were not well informed.
The cruise operator says at the time of this announcement, there was no evidence of a virus or contagion on the ship. 3 people died following this outbreak, now confirmed by the World Health Organization to be the anti-strain of hantavirus. In rare instances, it can spread from person to person. Health officials are now tasked with contact tracing, with 1 passenger in intensive care in South Africa, another hospitalized after returning to Switzerland. Dr. Jason Zucker is an infectious disease physician.
Is it not as easy to spread as things like COVID? I wouldn't be overly concerned right now if you have travel planned.
Not easy to spread, but still a big fear out there. Camila joins us now. Camila, what happens to the people still on board this cruise ship once they dock at the Canary Islands?
Yeah, Tom, so the ship is still days away. Spain's health ministry says they will get medical screenings and then go to their home countries.
What? No, stop. No, Camilla. No, they won't. No, they won't. They were on that boat. They are to be killed. Camilla, listen, I am anti-killing. You know this. I've got a strong record of that. The people on that boat need to be hunted down by special operations teams and killed in a Jason Bourne-style fashion. Where it looks like an accident. Make it look like an accident. Everyone on that boat has to be followed and gotten rid of, and it's got to be quick. And it's got to look like an accident. Who would get on a cruise again? The captain's like, we have the Last night, a passenger sadly passed away. Cruises become nightmares so quickly. Let's play that again. The captain's announcement.
The moment the captain announced the first death.
This is my son, 15. It's one of our passengers. Somebody passed away last night.
Yeah. I mean, folks, if you have cruise tickets and you're going on a cruise, I don't know what to tell you. I'm telling you right. I know it's a part of the economy, and people will always do it, by the way. And I have no power. I'm not affecting anything. I'm just saying this to my listeners, to my people that care about anything I say. Stop it. Stop it. How many more incidents? How much more evidence do you people need? Do you really want to be standing there in the middle off the coast of the Cape of Good Hope, wherever the fuck these people are in Africa, and the guy comes out and goes, by the way, everybody's going down with hantavirus on this? And by the way, I don't know if this shows up immediately, so I'm just saying, and I'm not, it sounds like I'm being insensitive, I'm trying to save humanity. The entire boat has to be blown to smithereens. It has to be blown to smithereens in the middle of the sea. Sorry. I don't want it. I don't want it to be the case, but I'm not comfortable. This is what scares me. Dude, Iran. What if Iran gets a nuke? What the fuck is it? Bomb them. We don't bomb the things we should bomb. Attack this shit. Attack this shit. I mean, literally, to be honest with me, do I sound heartless? Maybe a little bit. It's for the good of all. It's for the good of all. It's for the good of all on the ship. On the ship. We're people. We're real. We have families, and you're not allowed to see them. You've been exposed. We know you're real people. You're not allowed to see your families. You've been exposed. And we have fighter jets on the way. We have drones on the way. We don't even need you. Drone it. Drone it now. Or if the aliens want to get involved here and help, and supposedly they have bases under the water, says Tim Burchett, come up and help us here. If these aliens can do anything for us, come up from your underwater bases and sink this hantavirus ship now. Well, there it is. Of course, my heart goes out to everyone on that ship, and I'm incredibly saddened by these events, and I completely am horrified, like many fellow citizens. And I do believe that the compassionate, immediate, legitimate, responsible course of action is to blow that ship up in the middle of the sea with everyone on it, and we should tell them 5 minutes before we do that. We say we're going to have to blow the ship up. Let them make their videos. Give them 10 minutes to make their videos and put them out. Let everybody be able to take their phone out during the last 10 minutes of their life and make a video that they can upload to the social media platform of their choice in a deep rage. I can't believe the government's doing this to us. They're abandoning us. This is inhumane. Get it all out. Get it all out. Get it all out. Upload it. Good Wi-Fi. Let them do it. Let them do it. And then blow them off the face of the earth. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. I am sorry we are late. We are never late. We are a day late because we have traveled to Los Angeles. We're doing the Netflix is a Joke Comedy Festival, which is really a good festival. I don't know if you've heard about this, but Netflix is taking over the entire city of Los Angeles. And what I like about this particular festival is they don't have any passes. Usually you buy a pass and you get to a bunch of shows. But this one you have to buy each show individually. And I like that. I want you to have to explain to your wife why you have to go see Jelly Roll, and then the Comedy Jam, and then a couple of shows in the Hollywood Bowl, and then me, and then It's Good. You got to tell your wife, honey, what are we saving for? We can't afford a house. I want to see Jelly Roll and Giltoni. We can't afford a home anyway. Stop making the difference. One ticket to Tim Dillon interviewing the cast of Selling Sunset is not going to make the difference between us getting a house or not. We just can't have one. Let's do the things we can have, like going to see a live podcast at the Comedy Store. We're not going to have a house. So we are doing the show. We're interviewing the cast of Selling Sunset about Los Angeles and how to fix it and how to celebrate it while we fix it. How to really get out there and cherish the things about this city that are still magical. And we're bringing on these ladies, and we're going to discuss the issues of the day that impact Los Angeles and affect it. Because I've given up on the political solutions. Solutions are now not going to come from politicians. They're going to come from other people, other cultural spaces. It's not just going to be politics, you know? I mean, this is where the country's at right now. Everyone I know is smoking. Everyone is smoking cigarettes. Every car, people are flinging cigarettes out of the window of their car. You know why? Nobody wants to be 90 here anymore. Nobody wants it. The government has spent the last week telling you there are underground alien bases in ocean and maybe in the center of the earth, and those aliens are fighting each other and may start to fight you. And you know what the response is? It's been pretty muted from the public. It's been a pretty muted response. No one really cares that much. Nobody cares that much. The government's literally coming out and going, "Hey, so we're being observed by a high race of interdimensional wah wah wah." People don't care. People do not care. And I kind of love that. This bitch, Anna Paulina, whatever her name is, God bless her, Anna Paulina Luna. She's out there talking about interdimensional beings. Everybody, that guy Tim Burchett is out there saying they're to the water. And by the way, maybe they are, but no one cares. Nobody's really worked up about it. That's where we are now in this country. No one's really worked up about the fact. And now this is all a distraction. They could have disclosed this stuff a long time ago. The reason they're disclosing it now is because they want people to go crazy now. So regardless of whether this is true or not, or there's elements of it that are true, or maybe it's all true, but now they are trying to drive you insane. It is the last thing they have. They're actually trying to terrify you and drive you insane now. That is what the government's doing. It's why they're doing this. There's no other reason. There's no other reason they're telling, unless there's some War of the Worlds scenario they're cooking up. That they're gonna, I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. But why would you start telling people this stuff now? The reason is quite simple. They are trying to drive you insane. They want you terrified and confused, and this is going to do it because they're going to put a lot of information out about UFOs or whatever they're trying to do. Can we watch this? This is Trump talking about declassifying all the UFO info. Because, by the way, we're in a war with Iran. The Epstein files, the rest of them are not going to see the light of day. There's going to be no prosecutions. There's going to be no... They're not even going to investigate any of that. That's all going away. Gas prices are dramatically rising. The cost of food is rising. Everything's going up. And the last thing that they have here is to basically go, and there's alien bases under the water. There's alien bases in the ocean. So do with that what you will. I guess that's what they're telling us. Do with that what you will. There's aliens maybe in the center of the earth that are interdimensional beings that maybe they come get you in the middle of the night. Stop bothering us about this war. Stop bothering us about these Epstein docs, by the way. We're the government. Leave us alone. And so they're going to come out. They're going to tell you all these things about aliens. They could have disclosed this a long time ago. They chose not to. They could have dribbled it out. They're putting it all out in a week. They're putting it because they want you to have a nervous breakdown. Their goal is for you to have a nervous breakdown. The best case scenario here is that you have a nervous breakdown and are taken out of a Trader Joe's in a stretcher. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to induce like a mass panic in the population. I mean, it's true. Why now? Why else now has it become important to start disclosing all this stuff about UAPs and UFOs and all this shit? Why now? Why would it be so important at the exact moment to do it now? They're trying to induce some type of psychosis in people. Here we are, President Trump.
First topic of space. Do you have an update on UFO files? Might be when we're going to be speaking.
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason, it's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is such, they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO.
By the way, this is hilarious. Other than Rogan and like a few people I know, not one person I know wants to find out about UFOs. Not one. I'm telling you, I've never met a person who really cared that much about UFOs. I truly, I've never met one person who said, my mom, could have caught the cancer earlier, but we couldn't get a scan because her health care lapsed. And then followed it up by saying, I'm actually also really curious about UFOs. Not one human being ever. This idea that everyone's clamoring to find out about UFOs. Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out about UFOs. I'm a believer in alien life. I'm a believer that shit's going down. I'm a believer that we're being observed. They've probably visited. I don't know. It's not something I've paid that close attention to. But apparently it's like the singular issue that everyone is concerned about. Not the price of gas, not a war that makes no sense that we're losing. Everybody is apparently really curious about UFOs. They want to know. And then with that knowledge, I don't know what we do. That's the other thing. What exactly shall we do with this knowledge that you're giving us? What exactly is the next? What's the next step here? Just give people, hey, we see a bunch of these crafts. They've been visiting the planet. By the way, I believe it. I get it. Sure. I'm with you on that. Okay. But again, what's the actionable? What's some guy is supposed to do when he's sitting in a Panda Express? What's he supposed to do now that he knows this? Now that he knows that higher intelligence has been observing him at the Panda Express, where exactly, what's he supposed to do? Does anyone think about, but this is where we're at now. No one even cares, by the way. No one really cares. The people I talk to, they don't trust the government at all anymore. They don't trust the media. Everything that is told to them, they immediately, and by the way, they're kind of right to, they immediately dismiss as some kind of op. They immediately dismiss it as an op. And they're not wrong. Their instinct is to go, why are you telling me that? Are you telling me this for my best interest? That doesn't seem to be the guiding principle of everything else you guys do. Why do I know this now? So let's watch a little bit more of this here, please.
More related material, and we're going to be releasing a lot of things that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it here.
Okay, now let's get that in. Add a Paulina Luna clip where she's going on and on. There's interdimensional, and J.D. Vance says the demons.
So the interdimensional beings is what our witnesses will call these things. I have seen evidence in a skiff that leads me to believe there are things we cannot explain, and I have observed things that are of non-human origin.
Can we explain the Iran war? I'm just curious. Because that wasn't the aliens, right? That was us. So maybe these aliens are us from the future. That's what people say. They're time travelers from the future, which is interesting. I'm not trying to dismiss this. I'm just saying I'm always curious as to why now we're deciding that this all needs to be disclosed and we're supposed to trust and that the government has our best interest at heart. But let's continue with this woman.
Observed things that are of non-human origin and creation. That's my opinion. Again, but there has been a declassification order from the president, and you will see as soon as that stuff comes out.
She seems really happy. She's smiling and is happy. She seems happy. So I guess it's not bad news. Is it good news? I don't know anymore what is good and bad news, by the way. I don't know that anyone knows anymore what would be a good news or bad news. I mean, that's kind of where we're at in society, where you go, what would be a good out of this? I don't know. What would be bad? I guess if they're gonna kill us, that would be bad, right? But if they were gonna, they would have done it already. They have the power to do it. If they have the power to, I don't know. Get up Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett also goes, they're under the water and they have bases and I think Tim Burchett said something recently about this disclosure where he goes, it's going to be indigestible. Somebody told him that whatever they're getting ready to tell us will be, quote, indigestible, meaning that no one's going to be able to handle it. Like, you're not going to be able to handle it. Once you've heard whatever this is, you're going to lose your mind. You're going to, run out on your family, get in your car, and keep driving. I don't know, but this is what Tim Burchett said. He was quoted as basically saying, hey, an official told me, if we tell you guys what's up, the American public, the world isn't going to be able to handle it. Nobody's citizens are not going to be able to handle it. They are not going to be able to take it. They're just going to lose their mind. And I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good that it cannot be digested, and then people think that if it gets out, people are going to lose their mind. I don't know. Are people that shocked about that there are aliens that they're going to lose their mind? Can you imagine that if they say, yeah, there's aliens? Are people going to start going nuts about that? I mean, maybe. I don't get that vibe. You get that vibe, you're going to be sitting down at dinner and the government says there's aliens, somebody's going to stand up and go, what the fuck is going on? Is that what's happening? That doesn't seem like, it doesn't seem like everyone's gonna lose their mind over that. If the government disclosed that there were different aliens, I go, there's aliens. Yeah, there's aliens. Stiff upper lip, taking on the chin here. All right, let's listen to this, Tim Burchett.
We have sworn testimony that there are recovered alien bodies. That is sworn testimony under oath, not a secure setting. And nobody batted an eye, nobody laughed. And, it's just kind of a gasp in the room that finally somebody said that. And it's come from so many different sources that we really need to get to the bottom of it. We've had testimony, I don't know testimony. We've been briefed before that, of locations of where some of this stuff is. A member of Congress, a close friend of mine, and I've read these books, how somebody will approach you and stuff. And we were in the tunnel, and just so happened that I And there's no coincidences. And this guy said to me, he said, Tim, he said, why do you want to do this? Don't you know this is going to disrupt everything?
So that's Tim Burchett on George Santos' new podcast called Doing Time. That is Congressman George Santos, who went to jail again and then was pardoned by President Trump. He's out. And he has that's the gay conservative congressman who lied about a bunch of stuff and went to jail, I believe, for like fraud and identity theft. And he's out of jail because of a pardon and has a new podcast called Doing Time. And that is Tim Burchett, a representative, telling George Santos on his podcast, Doing Time, that there's recovered alien bodies. And I'm telling you right now, no one cares. Scaling a business takes the right expertise at the right time. Upwork helps growing teams quickly by bringing in specialized freelancers so you can move faster and take the business to the next level. Upwork is a one-stop platform to find, hire, and pay expert freelancers across web and software development, data and analytics, marketing, business operations, more. My friend just used this and sings its praises. He's like, it was so easy to scale a company, and they filled all the holes. Upwork helps grow your business by giving you fast access to specialized talent across 125 plus categories. So you can fill skill gaps, launch projects faster, and scale support up or down without committing to full-time headcount. Upwork also cuts down operational hassle by handling things like contracts and payments in one place, so you can spend more time running the business. It's free to sign up and post your jobs is easy. Visit upwork.com/Tim right now. Post your job for free. That is upwork.com/Tim to connect with top talent ready to help your business grow. That's upwork.com/TIM. Upwork.com/Tim. I'm telling you right now, nobody cares. This is like the biggest non-event. This level of news and the reception it's getting are so far apart because this should be in any sane society. This should be a very big deal. But I don't think anyone cares anymore because nobody trusts anybody about anything. So, and I think also this idea that people are going to be completely blown away by the fact that there are aliens, I've never believed that. I always thought there was a possibility that there were aliens. Most people I know believe there's a strong possibility there's life in other parts of the galaxy, or that there's multiple dimensions, and that aliens, people jump between one dimension to another. I don't. Is that going to unwind civilization? Well, what is? I'm just curious. Like, what's this about? What's this about? What are they preparing for here? Is this like they're going to do the end of the world? So here's Dr. Stephen Greer. He's been on the alien beat for a long time, and now he's saying that rogue actors inside the government are now on the verge of staging a fake alien invasion across the entire planet. Now, by the way, you realize this is going to be the most ham-fisted thing you've ever seen in your life because of who's doing it? This is going to be... This alien invasion will be if this is true, and by the way, it might be, this will be the least believable thing that has ever happened. This will be a joke. If they try to do this will be the most embarrassing event of our time. That might end the world. Forget the fucking aliens. This ham-fisted attempt to induce some type of global event and stage a fake alien invasion which, by the way, I could totally see these idiots doing. The way they do it and how poorly this is done will be the most shameful exercise in the history of the government lying to us. If they do this, there is zero way this is done with any success. This will be the biggest. I mean, you're gonna see this, and you're gonna be smoking a joint with your friends, laughing. You are gonna be laughing at this attempt. Stephen Greer.
The big one would be this: what Wernher von Braun warned about on his deathbed. He said, "Would they or we?" He said, "We are going to hoax an alien attack on the planet. It's all a lie, but it will trick and fool almost everyone. In a minute, they could stage this, and it would fool." Well, I mean, look at what they've been doing for decades, fooling everyone. Everyone say, "Oh, those are alien events," and our military guys chasing these objects thinks those are military, right? Well, they're not. I mean, or alien, they're military. They want to unite the world around a military junta, a totalitarian system. Now, how do you do that? How do you get one race or one ethnicity or one nation?
But this guy's been, listen, get him out of here. Whatever. Maybe he's telling the truth, but he's been beating this drum for years, talking about this. And I don't know if he's right or wrong. I'm just saying this has been a thing for a minute. That the idea that they could do this or like stage some alien event. By the way, anyone who thinks that this planet would be united by some alien invasion is insane. Maybe 50 years ago. Anybody who thinks that this planet's going to come together just because we have some common galactic enemy is nuts. This country won't even come together, by the way. You think it's going to induce some type of patriotic, we're going to forget our differences and then start working together to fight the alien? None of that will happen. None of it is going to happen. I don't know what could unite the country, but it's certainly not going to be that, by the way. It won't be a fake alien invasion. Try it. Hey, by the way, I'm all for it. I'm all for trying it. Let's see how broken this system is. I think it's pretty fucking broken. Within a day of the alien invasion, we will be at war with each other. Not the aliens. We will be blaming each other for the alien invasion. Within 24 hours of the fake alien invasion, there will be endless coverage of this, and then it will break into the ideological bubbles, and everybody go to war with each other. So I don't know what they're trying to do, or maybe they're just basically trying to say, maybe we'll induce martial law. We'll induce martial law to, there's aliens. Everybody's got to stay inside now. There's aliens. I don't think any of it will work. I don't think any of it is going to work. They can try. I don't think any of it is going to work. Sorry, Stephen Greer. Sorry, fucking who's ever in the underground military bases at Raven Rock or Cheyenne Mountain or wherever the hell you guys are. Sorry, generals and spooks and men in black and the many layers of above top secret fucking people. I'm sorry, it's not going to work. Whatever you're doing is not going to work. It's going to be embarrassing and shameful. I'm telling you. Now they're saying there's 17 earthquakes and in less than 24 hours. My producer told me this because he likes aliens and stuff. These people think, well, if the aliens land, then can I own a house? No. By the way, no. Do I get a house then? No. What are you, nuts? Absolutely not. What do you think happens, folks? So when the aliens land, what happens? They give us technology and we all get cured of all our diseases? No! What? Are you insane? No, we're just trying to kill large numbers of you, and this might give us some cover when the aliens... People think the aliens land, they're going to give technology... Oh, we're going to get off fossil fuels. By the way, aren't the aliens supposed to be bringing all the new technology we don't need? We can get off oil? Well, The way we're talking about the Straits of Hormuz, it doesn't seem like that's happening. So, where's the advanced technology that we're all supposed to get? We don't hear about that. All these countries are panicking because oil's not going to the Straits of Hormuz. So if we were on the verge of some alien ship landing where they were going to hand us a bunch of technology and say, hey, let's get off the fossil fuels. Let's move into the next phase of your evolution. If that was why would people be so panicked about the price of oil and the fucking Straits of Hormuz? This is all fake. Obviously, something is up. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. I can't know, but I do know this. Everything done from here on out is going to be the most embarrassing thing you've ever seen. The only word left to describe anything is embarrassing. It's going to be deeply shameful. You know, it's one thing to fear a government. It's another thing to love and respect a government. It's another emotion entirely to be nothing but deeply ashamed of a government and embarrassed and like confused by it, like completely confused and disgusted by it and have no idea what's going on. Let's listen to the 17 earthquakes in less than 24 hours. Where is this? Area 51? Okay, I get. And who's telling us this? Is this a scientist? All right, I believe him. Hey, it's the internet. I believe him.
Well, in the span of 24 hours, there have been 17 earthquakes near Area 51. It started with a 4.4 magnitude quake just 2.5 miles underground. The area is normally not prone to earthquakes this shallow, and it's leading to theories of nuclear testing or even UFOs, because it all happened after President Trump said this.
Do you have an update on UFO files and what might be what we're going to be seeing?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future.
So the UFOs are causing the earthquakes, or there's an underground war between different races of alien. By the way, I don't even care about that unless I see them. If I don't see it, I don't care. I don't want to hear about the underground war between the different aliens unless it becomes an above ground war. Whatever they're doing in there, they can keep to themselves. They've been apparently doing that for a long time, but we all have to learn about it this week. Everyone has to learn about the aliens this week. Otherwise, we're all, we're dying. People are dying to know about the UFO. They're clamoring. They're spiritual entities. They're interdimensional beings. They're demons. They're time travelers. This is where we're at in the country. This is where we are. And just take a step back. And I don't know what's true and what's not. And I'm not telling anybody that they're wrong or that some version of this isn't happening. A lot of scientists seem to be getting lit up. So something's going on, but I don't know what's going on, and no one does, apparently, but I guess we'll all be finding out soon. I guess we'll all be figuring out what's happening soon. We'll cover it. We'll keep covering it. I don't know. I can't, I don't have a huge opinion on it, other than I will tell you this. If anyone believes, I'll just restate it again, that any of this will be unifying, they are insane. There will be no unifying moment where that doesn't happen. That's out of a movie. If they stage a fake alien invasion, it's to put everyone, it's martial law, and they know everyone's not going to get unified. So if there is a fake alien invasion, it is probably what Stephen Greer said, where they're just trying to, everybody's going to fall in line quick. But make no mistake, that invasion will not be believable. It will be like watching a bad school play. It will be a horror. And you will watch it and go, I don't believe any of this. I think it's fake. And you'll look at your wife and go, I think it's fake, but they're probably going to put us in camp soon. That's what your wife will say. She'll be smoking a bud, because everyone's smoking now, and she'll look at you and go, this is probably fake. And you'll go, yup, and you'll go, but I think they're going to put us in camp soon. I think that's what this is. Because it's going to look like the shitty opening ceremony of the Olympics. That's what it's going to look. If they do a fake alien invasion, it's going to be like Cirque du Soleil. Because it's going to be so over the top and ridiculous. And just know that if you're watching it, and I'll be watching it with you, I'll be watching it from my home, you'll be watching it from yours, just know that we'll be in camps. Maybe I wouldn't have been in a camp, but I opened my fat mouth and insulted everyone in this fucking administration, but so now I'll be in a camp now too. So just know that we're all going to be in camps if there's a fake alien, if there's no unifying moment, and no one believes that there will be. And no, you're not even going to believe the event that puts you in the camp. You will not even believe it. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be B-movie level horror. It's going to be so bad that you're going to go, oh, this is kind of bullshit, huh? This is kind of bullshit. President Trump says he does not believe there's a link between the disappearance and deaths of multiple U.S. government scientists. Interesting. Well, okay. Sure. Fine. I'm okay. I get it. I've drank too much caffeine. Ever woken up immediately and needed a nicotine pouch or a cup of coffee to just feel like a human? How many pouches, cups of coffee, and energy drinks you need per day to stop yourself from crashing? Or even from feeling nicotine withdrawal? That's where I started using Ultra pouches. They've been a complete game changer for my focus and energy. First off, these pouches are completely nicotine-free and caffeine-free. You're probably thinking, if they don't have nicotine or caffeine in them, what exactly is in them? Great question. Ultra partnered with leading neuroscientists to design these pouches. They use clinically proven neurotropics and adaptogens to deliver immediate focus and smooth energy that lasts 1 to 2 hours. More specifically, they use Affinity PX, L-theanine, Alpha GPC, vitamin B6, and B12. These are truly clean, plant-powered pouches designed to sharpen your mind and lift your energy, all without caffeine, nicotine, or crash. I'm also seeing these everywhere. They're absolutely blowing up. I love these Ultra pouches. 90% of users saw significant improvements in their overall focus levels. Calm, steady, flow state focus, enhanced memory, smooth energy, mood balance, all with zero nicotine and zero caffeine. I'm telling you right now, Cool Mint, Wintergreen, Tropical, Watermelon. Oh, these are all the best flavors. The new one, Blue Raz, is amazing. Ultra is the ultimate guilt-free pouch, delivering instant focus and mental clarity without nicotine or caffeine. New customers can use code Tim Dillon to get 15% off at TakeUltra.com. That's TakeUltra.com for 15% off. With code Tim Dillon, after you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. Hims. A lot of people are suffering from erectile dysfunction, and not only men. Make it bigger. If something's been off in the bedroom, you're not the only one. A lot of guys wait longer than they need to take action. The difference now, getting real treatment is simple and thorough. Hims, it's 100% nicotine. ED is way more common than you guys think. Millions of guys deal with it at some point. That's exactly why Hims offers a straightforward way to handle it. Hims connects you with licensed healthcare providers online, giving you simple access to legitimate ED treatment options from home. No awkward appointments, no pharmacy lines. It has all the best ingredients. That includes sildenafil, also known as the generic for Viagra, available through Hims at up to 95% less than brand name version. To get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/Tim. That's hims.com/TIM. For your free online visit, hims.com/Tim. Prescription required. See website for details and important safety information. Sildenafil is a generic version of Viagra. Viagra is a registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. Hims is not affiliated or endorsed by Viatris. In other news, and I hope you're all coming to this show, the Selling Sunset show, by the way. I really hope you're coming to the show because it's going to be a spectacular. This city needs a boost of self-esteem, and it hasn't had one in a very long time. And I think that this show is going, and it's also it's important for people to come out and celebrate what else is happening that isn't bad, that isn't home invasions and all of that. Every day someone sends me another grainy ring cam photo of a home invasion, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I feel bad about these. But we are going to raise the spirits of people that are coming out. So if you are a victim of a home invasion, buy the ticket to this show. If your home burned down, buy the ticket to this show. If a loved one has died of a fentanyl overdose, buy the ticket to this show. If you're an actor or writer whose job has been eliminated, buy a ticket to this show. I'm telling you, it's worth the price of admission because you are going to be uprooted. Lifted by the experience. If you are experiencing homelessness and you can buy a ticket to this show, come out to this show. All right, what else is going on here besides aliens that are fake? And maybe they're real, but we don't care. We don't care. We'll care when we're all watching a fake staged alien invasion that is not convincing, not well produced, and that is deeply suspect. And everyone's going to know it's fake. Your 5-year-old's going to know it's fake. Your 5-year-old's going to know it's fake. Iran war may cost, so far it's cost us $25 billion. Well, it's a small price to pay for freedom. It is. Do you want to live in a free country or not? I'm sick of the naysayers. It is a small price to pay for freedom. It is a small price to pay. $25 billion for the peace of mind. Peace of mind. To go to bed every night knowing that Iran has been attacked. I don't know that they've been demilitarized or denuclearized, really. But just knowing they've been attacked, that's what makes me happy. I don't need all these quote-unquote results. Just knowing that they've been attacked puts me at ease. I don't know what that's accomplished per se, but it doesn't matter. The fact that we've attacked them and will continue to makes me relieved. I'm relieved. I feel safer and better about most things in my life. That Iran has been attacked. U.S. is asked to move Dark Eagle hypersonic missiles towards Iran. So here's the way I think it's going to play out. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the alien thing is a pivot. We know we're fucked with Iran. That's not going to work. We couldn't beat Iran, but maybe we can beat fake aliens. Think about this. Who cares about Iran if we can defeat hologram AI aliens? That might be the pivot here. That might be the pivot. I know that I'm kind of kidding, but maybe I'm not. Because we're not getting out of this. This thing's not going our way. And you know that. You can feel it. You can feel that it's not going our way. You can feel that it's not working. You can feel that Trump wants out of it. You can feel it. This is not what he does. He's not a real fighter. He's like a shit talker. He's a casino kingpin. He's a reality star. If you like reality stars, we're selling actually pretty well there at the Wiltern Theater. But that's what he does. This is not Patton. He's not a general. He's a reality star. He's a shit talker. He's very comfortable in that game. Late night, firing off tweets at Elizabeth Warren, that's his game. Talking shit with Mika and Joe, Morning Joe, he's comfortable doing that all day long. No, a rally? Forget it. Standing there for 3 hours talking extemporaneously off the cuff, he's all in. And that's what he does. This is not where he shines. And he feels uncomfortable. You can tell he's not happy about this because this is not what he does. This is also further reason you can feel that he was really pushed into this. He felt like he had to do it for whatever reason. But there's no way that he wanted to do this because this is not where he lives. This is not what he's good at. It's not what he's good at. Trump's the guy who was like walked around a military base and was like, or I believe Walter Reed was in an army hospital. And he was basically like, yeah, why do they do this? Like, because he doesn't get it. He said, why would you go sacrifice for the country? He's like, don't you want to be rich and get pussy? Like, he didn't get it. He doesn't get it. Like, that's who he is. So this is not a place where he feels comfortable. This is not what he does. So the idea that he wanted to do this, I think he was sold on it. He was sold on it, but he didn't know what it was because he'd never done it. Everything was like kidnapping Maduro or, we're going to kill Soleimani, this Iranian general. We're in, light touch, boom. I destroyed ISIS, whatever. Did he? One of them's running Syria. It doesn't matter. It's a light touch. No one cares. It's akin to reality TV. Because that's what he's the master of. He's the master of creating a reality that's true enough. That's what reality TV does. If you watch it. No, it's not real, but it's real enough. Yes, they're actually cunts on the Real Housewives show. Are they put in these situations and plied with alcohol? That is also true. Are these things arranged to make them more entertaining? Of course. You suspend disbelief, but it's true enough. The divorces are real. People don't like each other. These things are true enough. And Trump lived in that world for a very long time. So basically, he's a master at creating a reality that has elements of truth. But the things that are glaringly untrue, you don't care because it's entertaining. Because it's entertaining. So it doesn't matter. The components of the things that are provably untrue, like indisputably lies, he doesn't care. And neither do you, because you're laughing, you're smiling. I can't believe he said that. It's entertaining. This is not a good show. That's the biggest problem here for DT. This is not a good show, and he knows it. He knows this is not a good show. Trump is well aware of why he is the president. He knows this country better than most people, maybe anyone. And it's not a nice thing. It's the line from the end of Succession where Brian Cox looks at Jeremy Strong and goes, "You're having dinner," and he goes, "I know things, not nice things, and that's why I turn a buck. I know things, not nice things, and that's why I turn a buck." Trump knows that when Zelensky was in the Oval Office and Vance and Trump were berating him, that was great TV. Trump knows what he said to Hillary, "Because you'd be in jail." That's great TV. This is the opposite of great TV. It isn't exciting. It's not nearly as engaging as it needs to be. So what you have is a bunch of people that are checking out, which he doesn't like. They're tuning out. They're turning it off. And so when they turn it off, you got to remember, they go out into the world, the gas prices are high, the food prices are high. Why? It's fucking war. But they're not watching his show anymore, so he cannot tell them exactly why things are the way they are. Because people are turning this shit off. They don't understand why it happened. It's embarrassing. Our military bases have been blown to smithereens. It's embarrassing. The limits of our military power have been exposed. It's embarrassing. People don't want to watch that show. That's not a feel-good show. That's a terribly embarrassing and depressing show. So people go, "I'm out." And Trump knows that. So he's doing these little things to try to get them back in. There's aliens now. Are you back watching? Can you come and watch again? There's aliens, and they're under the water. Or even this, we're moving Dark Eagle hypersonic missiles towards our... It's the final blow. He keeps using words like that, the final blow. But there is no final blow. So eventually people just turn it off. It's like a soap opera. You never see the last episode of a soap opera. You turn it off. You get sick of it. You grow up. You get a job. You get a boyfriend. Whatever. What this has become for Trump is a total unending nightmare. And he's in this weird stalemate where no one's really doing anything. And he keeps threatening. Now, hopefully, he just keeps threatening and we never go back in there. Hopefully, nothing even happens. Hopefully, the strait opens up, things normalize, everybody apologizes, whatever. Seems unlikely, but that's kind of what needs to happen. And he just keeps tweeting, "Final blow." Truth Social, "Final blow." It's the final blow is coming. This is the first time that I have watched Trump where it feels boring. And when I say that, I don't mean to take away from the horrific loss of life, by the way. I'm not taking away from that. None of that's boring, obviously. It's a terrible tragedy. Trump himself seems to be over it. He doesn't want to do this anymore. He's stuck in a web. If we pull out now, it's an admission to the world that America's military might is, I believe, a lot of people look at that and say it's been greatly overstated. And that we're not going to make commitments to our allies. We're not going to make commitments to the things we say are important, right? So he doesn't feel like he can do that. But also, this final blow, a world war, dropping a nuke, all of this isn't possible. The generals have told him, "We can't do the things you want to do." Now, Trump, no one told him this at The Apprentice. Everyone was pretty much like, "Yeah, what do you want to do?" "Yeah, we can do that. We'll find a way to do that. We'll find a version of that will be okay. It'll be true enough. It'll be true enough." And that can't happen here. So they have to start with the aliens. They have to start with the aliens. There's nothing they can really do now. He's stuck, and it sucks. And more than that, He knows he's losing eyeballs. They're leaving him. They're going elsewhere. They don't care. They've given up. This is a bad thing. Ridge wallet is back, and I'm glad they are because it's my favorite wallet I've ever owned. It is a tough wallet. I love a Ridge wallet. Many people lose their wallets because they're giant, crusty old leather bricks that fall apart. Losing your wallet isn't worrying, but with the Ridge Tracker card, you'll always know exactly where it is before panic mode sets in. Ridge isn't just about wallets. They create premium everyday carry essentials like power banks, key cases, suitcases, and rings, all built with the same sleek, durable design. No matter what you pick, Ridge has free shipping. 90-day risk-free trial and a lifetime warranty on all of their products. Over 50 colors and styles to choose from. All Ridge products have a lifetime warranty. It's literally the last wallet you'll ever have to buy. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off at Ridge by using code TimDillon at checkout. Just head to ridge.com, use code TimDillon, and you're all set after your purchase. They will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. I love the Ridge wallet. Ridge wallet, yum. That was an old one. Let's be honest, the cost of living isn't just high, it's exhausting. If you've been leaning on credit cards lately just to cover basics like groceries, gas, and utility bills, you're essentially paying a survival tax of 20% interest or more. Why keep handing your hard-earned paycheck to the big banks when you can keep it for your family? My friends at American Financing have a better way. They're helping homeowners tap into their equity to pay off high-interest debt with mortgage rates currently in the 5s. On average, American Financing is saving their customers $800 a month. That's nearly $10,000 a year back in your pocket. It's not just a loan, it's a total financial reset. It takes just 10 minutes to find out what you can save. There are no upfront fees and no obligation to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. Here's the kicker. Start today and you can even delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing, America's home for home loan. 866-886-5350. That's 866-886-5350. Or AmericanFinancing.net/Dylan. So what he's trying to do, he's thinking about legacy. He's trying to build this ballroom. We're going to play this in a minute, where he's basically going, hey guys, we need this ballroom. Some teacher from Caltech who seemed to be completely sane, but I guess had a mental break and believed he could run through the hotel where they were doing the White House Correspondents' Dinner with a weapon. This is, again, a mechanical engineer at Caltech who you would think would realize, who went to Caltech, was a teacher, who would realize that running into a ballroom with a weapon is suicide's death. Now they're saying he might not have fired his weapon. I don't know, they're looking at forensics or whatnot. But I don't know what happened. I get it. Whatever. I'm not saying it's a false flag or whatever. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying this is what happened. A mechanical engineer, not a lunatic, not like a psychopath, like a kind of functioning, productive member of society decided, I'm going to write a manifesto and grab a gun and run into the Hilton, and maybe that's exactly what happened. Maybe that's 100% what happened. Here he is. This is Cole Allen. Is this like a little interview he gave? Yes, a couple years ago. And listen, people snap. My mother was a schizophrenic. I'm aware of the fragility of mental health. It happened over many years. It wasn't like one day we noticed and went, oh, this crazy bitch. It happened over a while. But this guy snapped. Here he is. Let's listen to him. This is Cole Allen.
Developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake. College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes
tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of seniors. 14 different tech startups got to present to over 350 people in the hopes of getting their projects into some sort of senior health facility.
All right, so he's trying to get an emergency brake on a wheelchair. And then, a couple of years later, he's running through the ballroom with a gun. He's trying to get into the ballroom where they do the White House Correspondents' Center. Here it is. Here's a video of this. He's running through the metal detector. You'll see him in a second. Here he comes. Okay, well, So now this underscores the need for a ballroom with the many subterranean layers and a command center as well. So here's Trump talking about the ballroom. He's now building a ballroom, and this will be a great part of his legacy, I believe. Here he is talking about the ballroom.
I'm building the safe ballroom. And one of the reasons I'm building it is exactly what happened last night. We're building a room right there. You walk out and move 20 yards to the left. You'll be right at the entrance to the ballroom. And that ballroom is being built on the safest piece of property in this country, probably one of the safest pieces of land in the world. And this has bulletproof glass. This has, this is the highest level of security. Also very important. I could have built suites on top. I could have done a lot of things.
Here's the other thing. I don't really hate the ballroom aesthetically. I know a lot of people don't like the ballroom aesthetically. I don't hate it aesthetically. I really don't hate it aesthetically. I think that it is a nice ballroom. Yeah, truly. Like, it is actually nice. Do I think it's the best use of taxpayer money? I don't know. But I do think it's a nice ball. I do want to say that because I know people listen. I do think it's a nice ballroom, and I do think it would kind of be a nice ballroom. If you were going to watch a fake alien invasion, you'd want to do it from that ballroom. You'd absolutely want it, because it's bulletproof glass. Now you'd think, well, the aliens would find a way around that. Probably not. Probably not. You build a secure ballroom. I don't care who these aliens are or where they live in the center of the earth or under the water. They're not getting through that ballroom. He built a safe, but it's a secure ballroom. Also, there's aliens that are going to kill you tonight. Do you see how it all works? And you're supposed to not go insane. The ballroom is secure. The alien bases are under the water. We have interdimensional time traveler demons. But the ballroom is secure because there's bulletproof glass. You see? Does it all make sense? Does it all add up to anyone? It all adds up. We're being supervised by higher intelligent races of interdimensional time-traveling demons. But when they see bulletproof glass in this ballroom, they're not going to fuck around. Why would they fuck around? They're not stupid. They happen to have the power to travel here from a distant planet or hot dimensions or whatever. They probably have technology that far exceeds anything we have, but a bulletproof glass ballroom is a universal symbol in the universe. It's a universal symbol in the universe that people know not to fuck around when they see a ballroom like this. They're not going to fuck around. So all of this is happening at once. There's the importance of the ballroom, because it has bulletproof windows, and it's a beautiful design, and he could have put suites on top, but he didn't. Also, just as an aside, we have demons that are jumping through different dimensions that are in a war with each other, but also, are afraid of the ballroom. They don't want to fuck around. They're not gonna get through bulletproof glass windows in the ballroom. No thanks. So just put all of that in your head. Hold it all in your head at once and try not to go insane. It's like a fun game show where every few hours someone tells you something else and you try not to go insane. That's what our whole country has become now. Every 5 minutes someone whispers something in your ear and you try not to go insane. Because nothing relates to anything else. In fact, everything's kind of contradictory. If we're on the verge of figuring out that we have all these alien things, what the fuck's a ballroom gonna do? You'd think that, right? No. All we need is a solid ballroom. In fact, that's how we fight the alien. You remember all those alien movies where you build the ballroom? If you build it, they will come. That's the ballroom. That's what they mean. The fucking ballroom. That's what they mean. They're not gonna attack a ballroom. They have class. So all of this is happening at once, and your job is to try to not go insane. It's the new game show called Try to Not Go Insane, We Dare You. We dare. Try to not lose your mind, we dare you. Hypersonic Dark Eagle missiles going to Iran. Demons in the earth, and the ballroom's got bulletproof glass windows. Gas is going up. Try not to lose your mind. We dare you. So all these news stories just float in and out. And then in 2 weeks, by the way, no one will talk about the aliens, by the way. Because that's every story. By the way, the Cole Allen thing's done. That's done. Assassination attempt number 3 is done. Assassination 1 and 2, no one understood. They're done. Epstein's done. Everything just moves on. And you have to move along with it. So basically, in a couple of weeks, maybe not even, they're just going to go, there's aliens around. What do you want? Shut up. There's no focus. There's no attention span. It's all good television. It's Trump. Except the Iran war, which is not good television. And he's keenly aware of that. But this entire thing's just good TV. And you're supposed to sit there and you passively watch it. And you go out and you get your shitty job and you have less money than you did the year before, and your kids have bleaker prospects than they did 2 years ago, and they'll have bleaker prospects than they do 2 years from now. You'll have probably less money and less job security than you do 2 years from now. You'll have less disposable income. You're not going to be able to help your kids buy a house. You may not be able to help them, if they get hurt in a car accident, God forbid. Because you've lost health care and your health insurance are no longer covered, whatever. You don't have the liquid capital, the physical money to help them. But the government has now become 24-hour reality TV that you're supposed to watch. I mean, let's get America Kirk, please, too. Let's take this. Let's watch Erica Kirk here. Is this the fake one? We gotta get the real one. Get the real one. That is fun. I mean, this woman, just be less famous. There's a very easy answer for whatever this woman's problem is. Be less famous. You can be less famous, like that's allowed legally. You can be less famous. Take a beat. You're oversaturating. I've seen this before. I've seen A-listers go down the tubes because they don't know when to stop shoving themselves down people's throats. Take a beat. Take a minute. Regroup. Grab your team. And by team, I mean children. And go make a dinner or something. The woman won't stop. And then she gets mad that people keep making fun of her. It's because she won't go away. You can be a bit less famous. Go on. Erica Kirk, friend of the show.
Nothing will ever be enough for the evil in this world. Our country has become unrecognizable.
Because of the aliens?
Perverted the truth to the point that they motivated the murder of my husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president. and anyone who stands in their way is labeled hateful, racist, fascist, and every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest. We want the best for our country. They don't.
She doesn't, all right, just pause it. She doesn't have to do this. Like, take up this mantle. You know, it's getting to a point where, you know, I feel bad for this woman. I really do. You know, what happened to her husband was horrible. I mean, I don't know her. I've never met her. I know people that know her. Some of them like her. Some of them think, you know, I don't know what's going on. Some of them are confused. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why she's choosing to continually be everywhere. She's like everywhere. Like, you gotta take a minute. Take a minute. Slow it down. I'm not telling you to stop. Slow it down. That's the great lesson here. Slow it down. Take a beat. Take a minute. Take a breather. This is a full court press. We don't need it. Because if you put yourself out there, people are going to go, listen, you're a political figure now. People are attacking her. Because the woman, this is not the way I've seen anyone personally grieve. Personally. I've never seen anyone grieve like it. I'm not judging the way people grieve. I mean, I guess I am. But people grieve in different ways. I've never seen this way. That's all. I'm allowed to say that. I'm allowed to say it. By the way, not being mean to her, not saying what happened wasn't horrible. I have personally never seen a human being grieve this way. I've seen people grieve many different ways, never this way. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That I've never seen a person grieve in this particular way. This strain of grief is new to me. That is also, I'm adjusting to it. I think America's adjusting to it. And I think her beef with people is that we're not adjusting quickly enough to her way of grieving. We've just never seen this one before. This is a new one. Give us a minute with this. Let us adapt to this. Let us adapt to this way of grieving. And if it's her way to do it, it's her way to do it. Far be it from me. I'm not trying to take away what she needs to do. I think people need to do what they need to do. And if this is what she needs to do, that's fine. I'm just personally confused, and I'm, a little shocked, and it feels a little bad taste. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Doesn't make her a horrible person. It's just a new way to grieve. We're all learning together what she needs in the moment. Free advice, as always, give advice free on the show. I do like you to pay me money in other ways, but free advice to her. Take a minute. Take some time off. We all need it. Take some time off and then return with whatever you want. I don't care what you do. Write a book, do a one-woman show, go on tour. I don't care. If I'm her, I'm popping up again around Christmas. I'm taking the summer and a lot of the fall. She's not going to want to pop up around Halloween. That's the devil's holiday to her. You pop up around Christmas. A lot of this will be probably forgotten. God only knows where we'll be as a country at that point. And you can just come back. It's fine to come back, but you need to go away to come back. The people will be excited if you give it a minute. Go away, and then when you come back, it'll be exciting and fun, and people will forget about a lot of this behavior that they're confused by. So just do that. It's free advice to her, friend of the show. Truly, I don't know what's going on. That's a theme of all things. Never met the woman, feels very odd to me. The whole thing feels odd. I guess there'll be a trial with Tyler Robinson and we'll all be convinced of his guilt. Right? I guess that's gonna happen. And I guess when that happens, fine. I don't know that he didn't do it 100%. It smells off. It feels off, for sure. And I'm not saying she whacked the guy. I'm just saying I'm sure there'll be a trial and everything will be put to bed and to rest and we'll all be satisfied with the results. If there's not an alien invasion first. I imagine if there's an alien invasion first, this trial and all other subsequent trials will get put on hold. Good night.
No, no, anyway. Look at this athleticism, folks.
Known to history as Emperor Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, was born on the 26th of April 120.
things to wheels covered in iron.
Sunday, July 12th, 2026. We've been doing this page for 198 days. DG4. Coffee card, coffee. 3761 creation of the world birth letting me 3631 130 sets on the Adam was born 3526 235 Enoch 77 34, 36, 325 Canaan, son of Enosh was born. 33, 66, 95 Mahal, son of Canaan was born. 33, 01, 460, Yod, son of Mahal was born. 31, 39, 622 Chanach, son of Yod was born. 3074 Methuselah, son of Chanach was born. 2887 874 Lamech, son of Methuselah was born. 2831 930 Adam died. 2775 1056 Noah, son of Lamech, was born. 2225 1536 Noah, son of 2225 1536 Noah began construction.
Eyes, quasi-divine celestial warriors, messengers from the great heavenly beyond. Angels, their nature, ranks, role, and their final destiny have continuously inspired speculation, awe, and dread through their millennial-long development in the Abrahamic religions. Certain angels are clear standouts. The messenger Gabriel, the warrior Michael, or the healer Raphael are virtually household names at this point, but without doubt, the most mysterious angel is also said to be the most powerful, Metatron. Utterly mysterious in origin, even the meaning of his name is still in question. Metatron features prominently in a series of profoundly esoteric forms of mysticism, first appearing in the early centuries of the Common Era. Though, what is the origin of this angel said to be so powerful as to be heralded as the lesser Yahweh, almost as a kind of second divine being? In this episode, I want to turn to the origins of Metatron in a text variously known as the Sefer Hechalot, or the Book of the Palaces, or more commonly known now as the Third Book of Enoch. Here we find one of the most complex angelological texts in Jewish history, vast tours of the cosmos, and the origins of Metatron as the antediluvian sage, Enoch, transformed into a fiery, angelic being. This is a text so provocative, it even shows internal evidence of attempts to suppress its radical angelology. Indeed, a text, it might contain ideas that may very well have inspired much of the early Christian salvation theory, and whose mysticism would go on to fuel the rise of the Kabbalah. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my numerous other content on topics in esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, I hope you consider taking a look at my Patreon, maybe considering a one-time donation, or you can even use the super thanks option that you can find below the video to help support the channel. Again, you can find those links in the description below and in the pinned comment, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel and the project of making Esoterica widely available. But now, let's turn to the origins of the angel Metatron, the lesser Yahweh, in the fiery transformation of Enoch in the Sefer Hechalot, of the Book of the Palaces. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Judaism, like all religions, has undergone tectonic theological shifts in the 3,000 years or so from Israelite henotheism to Kabbalistic pantheism. One of the most dramatic shifts in that process was the rise of apocalypticism in the centuries just before the rise of the Common Era. The apocalyptic is a religious mode typically thought to originate in Judaism, but it certainly persisted into Christianity and Islam. In fact, those religions can be said to be apocalyptic religions in se, but they're marked by an interest in cosmogony, events in the primordial past, what is called ex eventu prophecy couched in highly symbolic language, expressed anxiety about oppression and tribulation, eschatological upheavals, that is to say things like the judgment and eventual fate of the righteous and the wicked, otherworldly journeys, good versus evil dualism, the intervention into history by a messianic savior figure or figures along with anti-messianic characters like the Antichrist, the structure of the various heavens and hells, the hidden role of angels and demons in worldly affairs, and they're marked by a generally divinely deterministic attitude and pseudo-anonymous and alleged ancient authorship. And what gives the title to the whole genre, the idea that something is being revealed, an apocalypsis from the Greek meaning to reveal and to uncover, all of this to a human agent, a kind of prophet, often through a angelic emissary. All to what end? What underwrites all this? Well, one, to make sense of a world in turmoil, to protest against an unjust world in its leadership, and three, it's a form of psychological coping by declaring that in spite of all appearances to the contrary, everything's going according to a divine plan, from the first light of the universe to the final fire of its conflagration and beyond. The God of Israel is in control, and in the end, the righteous of Israel will thrive, and the evil will be punished forever. And how do we know all this? Well, direct revelation from the realm of the divine itself. That's how, apparently. This form of theology and its literature proved enormously popular. Dozens of texts in this genre survived, with one becoming sacred writ for the early Christians, the Apocalypse of John. In fact, I would even argue that the Apocalypse of John, as odd as it seems to us now, is probably the most recognizably Jewish book of the New Testament, giving a late first century historical and religious context. However, out of this apocalyptic ferment arose a form of Jewish mysticism in which elite scholars sought to journey through the heavens above them, enter the divine palaces, and bear witness to the divine glory, or kavod, around the throne of God, typically depicted as a kind of chariot. Hence the name of this form of mysticism and its accompanying literature. Merkava, or chariot mysticism, although also known just as well as hechalot, or the mysticism of the divine palaces. Now, if you want a bit more of an introduction to this form of mysticism before diving deeper into this episode, you may want to check out my episode on Merkava hechalot mysticism in the card above for that. In that episode, I kind of survey the entire field and its literature, but in this episode, I want to turn to a text somewhere between the purely apocalyptic mode and the more practical, even magically informed Merkava hechalot literature. That's the Sefer Hechalot, or the Book of the Palaces, known more commonly now as the third book of Enoch. As you probably know, Enoch literature was quite popular in the Second Temple period and thereafter. There are more manuscripts of one Enoch attested among the Dead Sea Scrolls and even parts of the Torah. That's kind of crazy, with relatively vast collections surviving in classical Ethiopic, Old Slavonic, Hebrew, and fragments in other languages. This literature is vast. The first book of Enoch itself is actually composed of 5 distinctive texts woven into one significantly long text, and this represents more of a field of Enochic discourse than a systematically Enochian form of Judaism, though there are some standout elements, especially the 365-day solar Enochian calendar, which seemed to have been preferred in the sectarian or Essene documents found in Qumran, which are weirdly written in a kind of code. For this episode, we're going to turn our attention to the quasi-apocalyptic, quasi-Merkava text of the third book of Enoch, or the Sefer Hechalot, the Book of the Palaces. Third Enoch survives in a set of Hebrew texts showing a complex recension history, very likely the result of several microforms stitched together over time and filled out with more explanation and expanding exposition. In fact, this is not unlike the composition history of other Merkava texts that have come down to us, being made up of smaller chunks filled out over time. Where, when, and by whom this text, or really texts, was composed has no definitive answer. Scholars have literally given a 1,000-year-wide window for the composition of this text, stretching all the way back from the BCE period until the Middle Ages. At this point, however, the standard analysis argues for a mixed provenance, with older sections probably being produced in Roman Palestine, and then the later sections being produced in a Sasanian context, edited together sometime around the redaction of the Babylonian Talmud, so roughly the 5th or 6th centuries of the Common Era. Unlike other Enoch texts in which the original Hebrew or Aramaic has been lost, 3rd Enoch survives in Hebrew and has been continuously copied and even printed since it was produced, despite some clear rabbinic discomfort with some of the Enoch Metatron material that I'll be getting to later. This is a very weird, miraculous survival. This text was known almost continuously through at least Jewish history. Now, given that rabbinical discomfort, the exact cultural milieu in which this text was produced will likely remain mysterious. For instance, and there are a ton of these for instances, the text shows some pretty strong cosmological affinity to Gnostic texts such as the hypostasis of the archons, the password ascent system of the so-called Ophian heresy described by Origen, and the concept of the greater and lesser Yahweh, or Yao, that's to be found in some late Gnostic texts like the Pista Sophia and the books of Jude. Paul, like St. Paul, seems to have had some contact with this mystical ascent literature, his own being caught up to the third heaven, or paradise. That term paradise, or pardes, is a technical term in this literature, where he's said to have heard unutterable things, as mentioned in 2 Corinthians. Further, there's also clearly some early heterodox version of the Jesus movement located in Colossus, which placed emphasis on angelic
Look who got their
intermediaries
computer.
and mystical vision.
What up, big dog?
So
Did you get your computer back?
everything is back.
How'd you do it?
I was in a part-time job.
You got a part-time job?
Yes.
Congratulations, big man. How'd you do it?
I just did. I just asked. I just sent something, and I did. And I have one.
So what's your part-time job?
Part-time job with like. Wait, I need to find a way. Yeah. So, part-time job is like I am in some firm, and that.
You're not coming through clear. Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. So basically, I am in some organization who is like doing part-time jobs for the like